Hello, it's me. Probably. You know the worst part about playing this game? Coming up with names for like the streams and stuff. Cause I don't want to accidentally spoil someone. Cause I know there are people who are still playing and are behind me. You know, the Civia, for example, but also like all the TFS people. Like they can see my stream stuff occasionally. So I don't want to accidentally spoil them if they're only watching Quinn play it. Feels weird calling him Quinn, but that's what he's known by now. I don't think he cares, but... He's still just a spy in my mind. Always disguising himself. But welcome to the adventures of Ace Attorney, where I believe... Yep, we're starting on episode 4, which is one episode away from the final one. I'm very interested in the title, because wouldn't it be really weird if Von Karma showed up, like his ancestor showed up? Like Twisted Karma and his last bow, or bow. I hate English. Hate everything, really. But that does seem like something that would have been in the original trilogy. If they really had these kind of title screens. Yeah. But anywho, let's see how this story goes. For those that don't remember or weren't here, and are for some reason watching the VOD, because I don't think anyone is here right now, our friend is back from the dead. Was he ever dead? I don't know. Ironically, that kind of makes him more like his father than some would assume. Hello, Griffey. Hope you're having a good day. I appreciate you being here more, but, you know, I hope it's not taking away from anything you want to do. But at least I'm good background noise? Question mark? Twisted Karma and his last bow. Or is it bow?
Pipe in
And Jones looked down at the thick rolling fog outside our window. Who's writing right now?
Exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
How many people are going to be red herrings?
Born of a curious advertisement.
So that guy on the left was definitely just Abraham Lincoln with red hair.
An executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow.
That's the only line I feel like Sholmes would actually say.
Not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Maybe that last part too, but everything else this guy says in these scenes, I'm like, Sholmes wouldn't talk like that. Or he would try to talk like that and say something dumb. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Kazuma regaining his memory, and also his life, I guess. We were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Someone's gonna die here. Never trust a hotel. I forgot to change their thing. Recipe Katoba is due to arrive any moment. Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time. I hope her dad doesn't die. Susanoo hasn't been the same since what happened. Not that I'm surprised. Truth about Kazuma's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer of the professor, you mean? Yeah, way to spell it out. I knew that's what she was thinking about. I don't know why I asked. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. That does remind me, I've been watching some of the... well, some older Among Us stuff. It's weird how that game has kind of just completely died off after its big bang, and it's like, oh, well, we can update the game and give us new features and everything, and then it died off again. And no one plays it, and like, I've literally only played it with you. And other people, of course, but... those times we played that together with Taco and... Lori and... there were definitely other people. But I don't remember who. All those other people. That's the only time I played that game. Yeah, same. And that was the only time I really played. The shapeshifter thing they added seems pretty neat, but very much a headache. I'm actually still surprised they didn't add in the local voice chat thing. But maybe they're planning on it, I don't know, and I don't really care. Come to think of it, didn't you say Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason, he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. Well, that was my trick, Griffey. I never lied. If I didn't want to tell you something, I just wouldn't tell you something. You know, no one really ever asked me directly, like, are you the imposter? Because then I would have been either completely silent or just said, yeah, it's me. And no one would have known whether to believe that or not. Probably means he knows, then, about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now. I don't know how he knows that other part. Phones don't really exist yet. Ah, there she is. Oh, father. Oh, that's the judge. The guy on the left, that's totally the judge from Japan. I didn't recognize him with his hair up like that. Or rather, not in a robe. Hello. Hello, Susanoo, how are you? I also didn't recognize her father in a suit. Very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound. Is this the normal... Hello, Mr. Naruto. Very kind to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, no, not at all. It's my pleasure. And literally, I work with your daughter, so... Why is he question marks? We know who this is. Oh, he's gonna die. His beard is well too trimmed to not be a murder weapon. Heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know. The news across the seas. It has? Always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with steamship from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him before. Take it from your expression, you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder, Sashiro? Firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Here we go, then. Hereby pronounce to the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ow! Guilty. Ah! Oh! You're... Beep. Hey, I wasn't wearing those clothes back then. And he looks different without a hat on. Court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Your Excellency. Hello, Judge Jigoku. How are you? It's been a long time. I'm gonna die soon. Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Oh, wait, I guess you were not guilty. Also, was I allowed to bring this mallet with me? Only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? No laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Hard to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Neither did I. I didn't imagine Japan would ever be invited to an international symposium like this. Although, really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Shihiro? What are you talking about, Eugen? Yeah, of course, Judge Jigoku. Must be complete the set. He's the other man, who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. It's kinda weird to have the Professor and then Professor Mikotoba. Why was he called the Professor? He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a rather long time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? That seems illegal. I knew you were jealous. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Shihiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. It was his personal insistence that allowed you to take his Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. Really every bit as important as he looks. You look pretty important to start with. Ah, yes, down Naruhodo. You telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? Am I fired? Appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. I hate all these time formats. I also joked about in the tweet, but you have to talk about the thing that happened 8 days ago, to talk about the thing that happened 10 years ago, talk about the people who were here 16 years ago. It's like, just get a clock. Remember back in the day when the murder happened literally that day we were in court? Yeah, can you tell us any more about it? Oh, I guess so. How was the voyage here? Well, 50 days seems a long time by anyone's standards. Well, it wasn't as bad as when we first came 16 years ago. No, that's true. Back then, I wonder if we truly wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time, we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience. And we didn't have a friend die. Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris? Well, we did, yes, though only for one night. Yesterday evening, we left port in Dunkirk for Dover. Are those real places? Are those made up? It's hard to tell what is and isn't gibberish in the real world. Just in time for the Symposium, in fact. Starts tomorrow. Wonderful you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father. Thanks to Shihiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. Sure, that's why he was invited. I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. I have appendages. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with a professor of forensic science in Major Hospital. Every time they say professor, I'm on edge. Like, you mean the professor? Oh, no, it's just a regular professor. Stupid name. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge on all that up, really. No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazuma's father, I suppose. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Genshin Nasogi. Genshin? Genshin. That's a name. You knew, I presume, Father?
Yes, he was close friend at the time. Ginson came to Britain as a police detective. He was studying investigation techniques at Scotland Yard. Never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. There was a closed trial, so the public never knew the truth, and he was executed with little to do. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland.
But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father?
No, of course not. He was told his father passed from sickness. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up as if he were my own son. Didn't work. Then one day, came to my office at the university and said,
I've decided. I want to travel to Great Britain and study there. Do you think he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. And he's dead, but when I looked into his eyes, I did know there was no way I'd be able to stop him.
Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually.
Oh? What?
Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo has since turned up here in London, working as an apprentice of Lord Vanzek's.
What? What? That's news to us.
Oh, they didn't know about it. So what is wrong with his eyes? It's like there's... Oh, it's really hard to see on the capture, actually, but... Like, the judge's eyes have, like, this weird tint to the top layer of them. Like, his eyes are supposed to be half open, but they're not. Or, like, his head is bent. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part, then. As you know, we both thought Cosmo had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January. But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. The team investigated to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive? And he's here in London, you say? Never dared to even dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? Government and the police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia? That's too cliché.
You guys came across him here in London. He didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only gained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. Wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. I must speak with him urgently.
Wonder how Kazuma's been these past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? We don't even know where he is, though. Also, he took my sword. Well, his sword, but it was my sword.
Began 16 years ago now, that distant memory, really.
Someone is revving up their engines again, for no reason. That or they're mowing their lawn. No, that's definitely a car.
Eugene here, Genshin Asogi, and myself. We were the original three. The original big three.
I'm just listening to them rev their engines. Sounds like it's stopping.
First judicial scholars from Japan travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they were today. I can tell you.
16 years ago, things were tougher than their generation. I bet they were using rafts.
Your father was exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady.
Where's Ryu's parents? Do we have those? Like, it feels like our main character's parents never matter, but everyone else's do. Yeah, grandmother told me.
Went to the research a great London hospital to study autopsy. Practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, there was an eerie place sandwiched between the back of the prison and the burial ground.
Ugh, not more talk graves.
Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies following autopsy work. Or you see, autopsy labs are something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons.
Not my cup of tea at all. I can tell you can hear that because the mic thing's clipping on, but they must be doing this right beside my room. I can feel the floor vibrating. I'm sorry if it's especially noisy. Outside of grabbing a rock and going out there, there's not much I can do about it. Sounds like they're leaving, though.
Remember Scottish prison governor? Caden was his name. He was a good man. Yes, but of course, a 16-year here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin was arrested for a series of most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak in his defense, but... Well, you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Well, suffice to say, after that trial, we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was lost cause, sadly.
Do they not know he was still alive? I mean, he's not alive now, but...
Well, if you'll excuse us now... Yes, I'd like to get this trunk up to my room as soon as possible.
I'm so sorry. Shouldn't have held you up here for so long. I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here. Whoosh. Sasato's gone off at a run.
I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. Must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck.
It's not that big of a deal. Naruhodo, I hope you'll keep an eye on Sasato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been.
Oh no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. Especially when she sends me flying across the room. Then she's really looking after me.
Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. Thoroughly let her down.
Sorry? What do you mean?
Well, it was 16 years ago I started my long study tour here in Britain, you know. The year Sasato was born.
Yeah, I heard.
Birth of my daughter the most joyous event of my life, but... Well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event in my life, too.
Oh, yeah, Sasato hinted at something like that. It's a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. Point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. Relatable. Then the Shishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. Oh, that's what happened in a nutshell.
But what actually happened?
That's the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. For the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
Yeah, I completely understand, Professor. By the way, I heard something about my cousin, Ryutaro. Who's that?
On the other hand, Naruhodo, I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask of you.
Oh, really? Of course. What can I ask? What can I do for you?
Well, the thing is,
So sorry it took so long. Who's this man? It's Sasato. Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow us to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter.
Of course, sir.
A machine around your neck. That's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. Just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate a wonderful stay at the hotel. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Ah!
Yes, of course.
Boom.
I'd like to thank you all for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. And also, I'd like to thank you for magically changing our clothes for that picture. Wait, did No, okay, I don't think so. Cause say, did he have his sword in that scene? Cause he shouldn't. But I wasn't really looking for it. I was more confused why she wasn't wearing a hat. Really made Father very happy, I think. Yeah, well, I'm pleased then. Well, we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba is about to ask me something. Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us. Yeah, let's go. And then I'll punch Sholmes in the face. Getting more and more anxious about Kazuma, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later and ask after him. Alright. What can we study here? Look at that! It's a picture of the Crystal Tower. Is it? Looks like the Eiffel Tower. Yeah, the Great Expedition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways. There's a 20-meter tall chimney in the bathhouse near my lodging at Yuma University. Standard there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood. I'm sure. Do you know over the channel in Paris there's a tower that's 300 meters tall? What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yuma Soaking Hot Springs is that? And if it's that tall, how does it draw properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely. I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo. It's just, you know, a towering tower that towers over towers. That desk is known as the hotel reception. Someone's gonna die there. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay. Oh, so you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there? His mustache tells me so. I'd stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like. The hotel fee was paid through our stipend. I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland. True, London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Also, we would probably get killed. Never trust a hotel. See those sparkling jewels up there? Must have gathered every gem in the world for that. It's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large, spacious rooms such as this. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room? Probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light. If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scrapping on the floor. I think perhaps chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo. And here's some bags. Look at those cages just left there in that trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am. Have you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything. Yeah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. He's staring at me. Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose? Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes. I've never been clad in black as some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know. This game would be so much easier if we were a ninja. But we're not. I'm actually a little surprised that the big boss guys don't just have ninjas following them. Let's go home. I know that mask. What was that? I don't even know how to pronounce that E. A man screaming in the most unflattering way. Do you think could it have been Mr. Sholmes? Oh my, I do hope not. I don't do it anymore. Mon ami, mon ami. Stop this disgraceful display, huh? Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red. I think they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes. Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down the clink. No, not in prison. It's a damp dark place, I don't like it. Both the darkness it is, my friend. I am not scared. But you are already scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot. I will sit quietly in the dark and plan our next daring heist. I don't like this. I don't like this. Oh yeah, tough. Finish this one in the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Guinea. Have fun. Oh yeah, thanks Iris, and thanks, you great detective. You gonna be depressed? Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she? Oh, Susie and Bruno. Hello, Iris, we're home. I'm sure those two won't be important later. Well, did you find your dad? Yeah. We arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend. Oh, well, that's great news. I do hope I'll get to see my dad again soon. I'm sure you will, eventually. Maybe. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson.
So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest problem known to man. What did you do to your hair?
Why did he dye his hair? It looks like he just poured ketchup on himself. Ugh.
But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order, don't you, my dear fellows? Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumbs or such like on my face?
Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say. Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea. What is going on here today?
In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I am, in fact, expecting a guest later today.
Mr. Sholmes, who were the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals, nothing significant. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the mood takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all manner of infractions.
When the mood takes you? All manner of infractions?
But when such fellows sin their height on Mr. Herlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my, you were the target of a crime?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer was forthcoming. The man is consumingly in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Ah, I have it. A bungler, that's the word.
I don't think that's a word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. Those redheads have been up to no good? I wonder what the men did. What was that about the greatest problems known to man you mentioned before? Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Well, I fell into a vat of paint. Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection, perchance?
Well, I think I've heard talk of it somewhere, possibly. Revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now.
Or, you know, like 100 years ago at this point.
According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in the treetops. Wait, what? We were apes? You know, I could believe that.
Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, and our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What is this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent.
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tusples only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris, a new motor car for me later, and all of that had quite disappeared, I assure you.
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month, at least.
And what was the answer?
Why, there is a substantial clue before your very eyes.
Don't tell me, let me see. Humans are sorry creatures unable to see what's in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. One particular feature about my person has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's stabbing me in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation. I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruhodo. Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Out of curiosity, I'm going to do a thing real quick. And then I will have to change it back because I don't like the outfit, but I'm changing Sholmes to his other outfit just to see if it, you know, keeps him a redhead. Realistically, it should. Yep, he's still a redhead. Interesting. Very weird because it definitely overwrit Sasato's outfit, but it's not overwriting his hair color, which is fair. It shouldn't affect actual gameplay, but Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago, you said to us, "I'll tell you something of the first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that." That case aboard the SS Buria in January, Kazuma wasn't killed, and you knew he wasn't dead at the time. What was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, a side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they'd carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse. Oh, how horrible. It was necessary to find some material in which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I'll be at liberty to elaborate in due course. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you, I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong. Oh. I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes. Okay, I guess that's just the end of it then? Alright, whatever. How I drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table. Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers? It is, so you'd think they'd treat it with more care, really. Only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it. Oh no, I suppose something must have been frustrating him. What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged? Chest was fine. Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor almost for 10 minutes. Oh dear, that's a painful tale. But he's always wearing shoes. The mask Kazuma wore when he was assigned to Lord Vanzek as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. You ought to give it back to him, I suppose. And he has his memory back now, doesn't he? I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me coldly to wear it myself. But isn't he your best friend? Well, you know. I don't know, isn't he always wearing shoes? But I do know how it feels. I constantly stub my toe on things. Although since I've taken to wearing my slipper shoes, it has happened just as much, but has been less painful. At least for me. I'm not sure about the shoes. But you know, I've never intentionally kicked something. I don't think it was here when I left for Japan, was it? No, is that right? Yeah, because it was with the pawnbroker. Yeah, of course. Oh, that's given me a wonderful idea. I could pawn everything that's on your desk. The office would be tidy at last. Don't even joke about it, Miss Sato. You are joking, aren't you? Nope. Newspaper. This looks like last week's edition. What's that article circled in red ink here? It's an advertisement column. It says... To the Redhead League. The Redhead League? What's that? I don't know, I never heard of it before. But... Is something on my face? Clearly this is something to do with that lively hair. Oh, we just picked it up. Okay. On account of bequest of the late Eliskia Hopkins of something, another Vanzek entitled Member League to salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All redhead men are sound in body and mind above the age of 21 are eligible. Apply in person this morning, the 31st, at a large park in Lime Street. Get £4 per week if you are a redhead? What? Why would... Is this a thing that happens? Have I been getting cheated out of money because my hair's brown? Hey, look at this. Mr. Sholmes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. If my saying is that a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck were to participate in Here We Go Again from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow. Deduction. The answer was no. It's not the first time we've shown him that. There's someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Redhead League? Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learned to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? In the first instance, and quite indispensable, observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? What's the Redheaded League, which seems to be subject of advertisement you circled? You noticed in the paper then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Redhead League is a distinguished institution of fellows of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member, having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me. But listen to what lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week. Oh my, £4 a week? But why? What are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details are given in the advertisement. But surely every redheaded person in the country would be flocking to join that case. Does Iris count? Does pink count as red? Apparently she wants to find out. You're right, Susie. No time to lose. I put in my application once. So will I, just on the off chance. That might be a stretching the point, I think. Trouble is, they have fixed number of members, you see? Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away. It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes. So you decided to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen just a redheaded fellow? No. I'm trying to think of a redheaded character, but I can't. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Why are we still talking about this? What'd you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes? I'm glad you asked, Mr. Sato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. That's dying. Shut up. Chemistry? I was conducting some research to a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves, and in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? Make every hair on your body perfectly crimson? I think I'll pass. But Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it? Amateurs are always hampered by such fears. I should have never doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say... But of course! It's perfectly unhealthy. To earn 4 pounds a week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. That degree of red signals more than just a little danger. Surely. So anyway, Hurley left in full confidence yesterday with his new red hair. For the park in Lime Street where the Redheaded League were interviewing prospective new members. So what went wrong? The whole park was choked with redhead folk like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you disguised to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply, "Don't give me away." After which I could do little else but turn and leave. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. Oh dear, what a disaster. For Hurley and those 2 redheads. What? I'm more confused than before. You mentioned before that you were expecting a guest today? Indeed, Mrs. Otto, that is correct. None of those redheaded gentlemen that were here before. Not at all, they were petty villains. The guest I'm expecting is... a client. Oh? A young gentlewoman who wishes to appoint the services of this great detective, no less. How wonderful, Mr. Sholmes. Maybe you could spend less money on cars. You must stay and observe the fashion in which the great detective receives his customers. Must we? I have you in my clutches now, Rent, just as I have you in my clutches, redheads. That hearty laugh is masking rather sinister thoughts, I feel. The more he talks, the more I'm not sure he's not the real villain of this game. You know, the lady isn't due for another hour yet. It feels as though you must wait around if you have other things to do. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, go somewhere else. Here's my legal consultancy. Well, there's nothing to do here. Let's go talk to the real bad guy of this game, though. The guy who just radiates villainy and birds. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked for from the yard. I see. Excellent work, thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Vanzek's doing here? There seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air, wouldn't you say? This place is stifling enough as is. Really don't need any more attention. Oh, it's you. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress make you all but invisible to me. Okay. Oh, no, entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. Wouldn't black stand out more? In a well-lit room? With a giant window? From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here. I think I'll refuse.
Now then, Miss Naruto.
Yeah, my lord. I'm right here. Yeah, I can see that. Ugh, kill me now.
Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you.
Oh no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room with such perfect temperature.
If you're sure, the beads of sweat carving their way down your face seem to suggest otherwise.
Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly.
As you are no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yeah, that's right, my lord. Extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparation in the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Vanzek. I will attend at once. Goodbye.
Gave you a very cold stare as he left, didn't he? I know, but I haven't done anything recently, have I?
These past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand for many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service? Mr. Naruto, he's talking about Dr. Scythe, who you put in jail. Oh, right. Ah, of course. See, the difference between me and Ryu is he made that left-handed comment just out of pure ignorance, but I definitely would have said that as a joke. But Ryu genuinely was like, is your left hand okay? Like, is he dumb or just good-natured? We'll never know. I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, you know, doing my job.
Fear not, you've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation.
Precipitated?
I don't know how to say words. You needn't concern yourself with it any further.
That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me.
Lord Vanzek is doing an admirable job of holding the fort, though disturbingly. His apprentice has been missing since yesterday.
Oh, missing? What's become of Kazuma now?
Who did you just say?
I have the feeling Strongheart doesn't know he regained his memories.
Not long ago, visitor numbers of the Great Expedition exceeded my 30 million.
30 million? Even that many people in the world? Yes, Ryu, there's more than 30 million people in the world. As a comparison, Miss Naruto, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
I'll be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exposition's main auditorium.
I hate all these large words, and I hope I'm saying them correctly.
This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries, which will end in tragedy as someone dies.
Sound like tremendous achievements. Congratulations.
The 20th century, not the 12th one, we're past that, we're at the 20th century, will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, which will then be recorded and then streamed globally by some weirdo in Ohio. And cooperation between policing organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why... Birds. This landmark, the first symposium, has been hosted here at the heart of the Great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can be the leading investigative organization in the New World.
He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. Everybody's passionate in your own way. I'm sure, Mr. Naruto. Stop reading my mind. I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about the future that embraces forensic science. My intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. No one normal lives in Ohio. Just ask Random next time you see her. Well, let me rephrase. No one normal willingly lives in Ohio. I'm sure there are normal people here, but they're held here against their will. Random does live in Ohio, yes. I don't know exactly how far away we are from each other, though Random does keep hinting that she knows where I live. She hints that based on what I say about the weather, weirdly enough. We have not. And, you know, part of me doesn't want to. Not because of Random, but, like, I've never, like, hung out with a friend outside before, you know? That sounded way more depressing than I meant for it to, but I wouldn't know what to do. I'd be like, hi, Random. Should I call you Random in real life? I'd also have to tell her my name. And only one person knows my name that you know of. Although I also know her name, because she's dumb. In the good way. And by her, I mean I know Random's name, because when you donate to me, it says what name's on the thing. So, I know everything. Thanks to your generosity. Anyways, back to science. But no, I doubt we'll meet anytime soon. And Penny's coughing. Yes, I have. I'm sure I probably could pronounce it. Obviously, I wouldn't do that on stream, because that would be rude. But, you know, I'm good at pronouncing the words, like the forensic investigation team. Yeah, it would be awkward. You know? It also is weird that PayPal or whatever does use the actual name you have on it. Funnily enough, I'm paranoid, and the name on my PayPal is not my name. It is actually just set to Brilly. Brilly Blue Mage is my full name. So, you know. That's what most things are set to. Because if I put my actual name somewhere, you'll always know it's me. No one else has my name. That I know of. Anyways. Disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. Yeah, sorry about that. I first established the forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was a steadily occurring impressive record of the achievement. I was on the verge of changing his name and elevating his status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. Yes, if they know my name, they'll be able to undo the magic spell. It's the only way I get people to watch these streams. And can you not do that now? Obviously, nobody wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. And it's all your fault. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field by a good 10 years, I'd say. And attend the repercussions of our trial. We simply couldn't have overlooked what happened, though. So you think, but that's the spell.
Of course not, we should be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way.
Okay. You know, Sholmes gives off that air of unintended antagonist, but this guy is just full-on criminal mastermind, and we just don't know it yet. About Lord Vanzek's apprentice.
Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends.
How did he become apprentice to Lord Vanzek's in the first place?
It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my. That is also part of the issue that I was thinking about earlier and forgot to mention. Is like, even if we wanted to meet like any of our friends, right now the world is still kind of tilting itself. So it's hard to rationally put that together. Even though I am vaccinated or whatever, there's still now one that still gets you sick, and I would hate to get someone sick unintentionally. It'll be fixed eventually, hopefully. Maybe in 2023. 2020 Part 3. Maybe by then we'll get Among Us 2, and it'll just be Pokemon based. I joked about it somewhere else, but wouldn't it be great to have a Pokemon Among Us, and the imposters are Dittos? And everyone could just have their jobs based on what type of Pokemon they are. Sadly, Pokemon would not go for that, because Nintendo doesn't like doing things. I'm still not really sure if I want to get Arceus. Like, I do, but I don't. You know? I guess it would just matter on if people would want to watch me play it. Because regardless of how bad a game is, it's still fun to stream it with other people. Their Nintendo don't. Sony does what Nintendo don't. Oh, it definitely looks better than the remakes. I didn't even grab the remakes once I found out they were just carbon copies. Also, hello, Riesling. Hope you're having a good day. Once I found they were literally just copies of the other ones, I was like, no, I'm not interested. I have those games if I want to play them. And, you know, if I really wanted to, I could stick with the randomizer one we were playing and make it a lot more fun. Anyways. Oh my, so he stowed away to get here.
He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there were no clues on who he was. Even, excluding the headband he had on that just magically floated in the wind for some reason. Not really sure how he does that.
Which one did you pass on? Because I wouldn't count it passing with the remakes. You know? Because if you played the original, you've played the remakes. Now, if you didn't play Sword and Shield or Sun and Moon or whatever, that would be passing. I wonder how long he winds this for. Also, what does winding it do? Oh. I've passed on some before. And I've never really played any of the mystery dungeons, if that counts. No, I'm so done with time stuff today, Reeslane. I was playing Final Fantasy XIV, and there's a dungeon that involves time stuff, and it's so annoying. Everything about it. Yeah, so don't worry about it. It all matters on the enjoyment you'd get out of it. It's their fault for just copying and pasting the game. Decided to assign him to Lord Vanzek, so that way I can keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? I didn't want to burden Lord Vanzek with the tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask. He's proved to be a great help to Lord Vanzek, so I have high hopes for his future. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. Oh. I take it you also didn't know. That the man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. Genshin Asogi. No, you're fine. I'm fine with chatting. I just hope him twisting the thing on his pocket watch wasn't annoying. You learned that the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock, finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Asogi. Professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain. They were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using ferocious dog as a murder weapon. I see. Yeah, I played 14, and was doing the Alexander quest, which I finished, and it was such a headache. I hate time travel. And possibly later tonight, I'll try to stream some of the story stuff. Partly because I need to in order to progress with some of my classes, but I do want to at least stream the beginning of the next expansion, which I think is Stormblood? A to the L to the EX Xander. They have a story requirement, as I found out. In order to access the actual, like, class-specific quests, you have to go to the next area, which is in the next expansion. It's not really required that I stream it, I just want to, so. Bleh. No one would have believed the culprit was a foreign student invited here to study for the government. Though the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London. The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between the two nations at the time, I understand. Correct, however. Has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. I had the music off so I didn't hear it. But I have all of them now. That was one plus of doing it, is I have all the songs. What? Supporters of a mass murderer? Majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited the society as a whole. Or so a fair few thingers in London's believed, anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it? You gotta crack a few eggs to make an omelet. He's very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper and the Bailey. What do you think about the Redhead League? Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? You have red hair. I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. So that's the real reason. Okay, same thing. It's not even evidence. I was just gonna say, like, should I turn in my armband since we know Cosmo's alive? Well. Now what? Ding-a-ling-ling. Aha! Here's my guess now. No, I don't care about his chair. It has bird droppings on it. My latest client with the money to spend. I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley. Remember, Iris, we are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save a locating runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you? Oh dear, I'm afraid Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before rent is due. Thwack! Oh hey, we know her. She was in the jury of the last case. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away. To upset me? I beg your pardon? Never mind, a personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam, be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please. Of course. What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. Feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently. Yeah, now that you come to mention it. I feel like we meet everyone that's in the jury. I also do not like her necklace or her hat. Or her name. As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil? How do I pronounce her name? I implore you to take the case, sir. Money is no object, simply name your figure. Money and wealth of little consequence to me, madam. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're the picture of benevolence. Evie. I will of course make a mental note of your offer, however, for convenient reasons. I trust you'll remember your words also. If I might inquire, sir. This gentleman and lady would be... Oh, me? Well, I'm about to tell you I should like to communicate in strictest confidence, you understand? Ah, these are my friends. I assure you, you may say before the pair anything which you must say to me. Ah, I see. I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing. Why did I ever get my hopes up? Mrs. and Mr. Vigil. So ever vigilant. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps? Oh my! Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial feature of the English. If you wish to invite a lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Is it possible? You're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week? Ah, I knew I recognized her. Here was juror number 2. To have the man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly. Sends shivers down my spine. You didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now. No, she's not. She's exactly the same. Must be very difficult for you as a lawyer, being hard of hearing, I mean. Pardon? Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was the frippery, really. What does that mean? Now look what you've started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. Be prudent if you sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Tell us about your husband, madam. Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years. Daily Vigil? Is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here. That is some hair. Entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance, at least. How long have you been married? It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship, and my husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably. As it would appear. I need only look at you to know these things. Oh gosh. Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct? That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or another.
Oh, that's exactly what I fear must have happened, Mr. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
A guard? That's somewhat unusual. Huh. So, your husband's a prison warder?
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Indeed, I see. Well, chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed.
Does it?
My poor husband must prepare those dreadful punishments, and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments? Punishments with a capital P?
And at such times I must occasionally spend a night or two in prison dormitory. For that extra responsibility, he's remunerated more handsomely than other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Sholmes. You know, the one with the things and the stuff.
Really, Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there's a large cemetery just behind it.
Yes, that's correct. Low Gate Cemetery.
No! Low Gate Cemetery? Very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. It's almost like a coincidence made to happen. Unbelievable, my dear fellow, and yet undeniable. You guys realize it's been almost an hour and a half, and I didn't put the right background on. No one will ever notice, though.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes, I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. I was just reading his mind, a private matter. It can't really be a coincidence, can it? So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance, when did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh.
Yeah, you're hard of seeing, like Ryu is hard of hearing.
It was yesterday.
I'm sorry, yesterday. That really is recent, laughably so.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away for his work. Not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return at home at night. But this is different. For him not to make any contact for the whole day. Certainly never happened before. Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened?
My dear Miss Vigil, please, calm yourself.
Now then, have you contacted the police? Why, naturally, but sadly. They refused to listen to my pleas as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
Doesn't he work at a prison? Why don't you just go see him? In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we should not engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, a chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has been no bearing on my decision. I seek only put a sweet smile on the Londoner's face. That's all there really is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I should pay any sum you care to mention.
Seek only to put the sweet rent on your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Miss Vigil. Mrs. Vigil, I should say. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Oh, please report with good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure. Or a report that your husband is dead.
So soon? How splendid, Mr. Sholmes.
Good news should be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Photograph Mr. Vigil has been into the court record. If it's in his possession, why is it in my record? Thank you. Now allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mr. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous. Goodbye. You know, I think every time, Hurley. How do you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. If by the time I successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo?
Don't look at me with those pleading eyes.
Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case?
Yeah, my hearing's surprisingly good, actually.
Excellent! And what did you make of it?
Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean.
Ah, so you noted that?
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Lowgate Cemetery is the rear of the Barclay Prison. Those renowned amongst our students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts.
Yeah, I can't help but realize that they never really talked about how he was a cyborg. No mention was ever made of the fact that he has a clearly robotic hand. They're just like, yeah, that's what he looks like, it's fine. Barclay Prison where that notorious man was incarcerated. The professor.
And now a warden from the prison has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem.
All very peculiar.
Indeed, but nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Sorry?
Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? If the prison governor you want, no doubt the man's equally worried.
But aren't you gonna go yourself?
Surely you needn't ask.
I can't possibly be seen out there with this hair. Didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair?
That was quite a different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm rather busy.
Of course you are. Not like I had anything to do today.
But whatever, I technically live here too. So, getting the rent paid is in my interests.
Barclay Prison on the outskirts of London, backing into a lonely burial ground. 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. Who in the world would design a guillotine clock? That's so morbid, it's not even funny. Also, it would break within a day. Place is full of hardened criminals. Can't remember the last time a civilian was down here. You didn't want to talk to inmate, but to me? Oh no. It's the Armstrong line. Do you know, man? The governor, Barry Kaiden, Oh yeah, it's a pleasure. Mizuki Naruto, defense lawyer. Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yeah, I'm visiting student law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yeah? None of your kind here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh? I didn't notice another prison next door, sir. Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about... Didn't like to be so direct, but... No intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Get out of my hair. You don't really have any hair, so as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he acts like this. That surely means... I think it's because of the professor case. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Asogi, also known as the Professor, incarcerated this prison. Then after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison.
I might have known. You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? You're agents, eh? Part of the professor's great web, no doubt.
No, not at all. We're just...
Get on with you before I punch your lights out.
We're going. Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. Not gonna get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove this man that there's nothing suspicious about us. Governor Caden.
What are you thinking, Mrs. Sato?
I feel that name came up in conversation recently somewhere. Wondering if I ever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us. Come to think of it, I have the same feeling.
Sid, get out!
Okay, I can't even examine. Go back to the Waterloo Hotel. Well, he looks comfortable.
That's Professor Mikotoba over there.
Ah, hello, you two. Just taking a moment to catch up on the world that I'm unpacked.
Where's Judge Jinkoku?
Yeah, he's not the relaxing sort. Taking himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
I've only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he's full of energy. Professor, mentioned something before. About how you'd known the prison governor at Barclay Prison?
Oh, Governor Kaiden, you mean?
That's the same man.
Father, must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. Said we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure I accompanied you. It would be a very different story.
Oh, would you?
That'd be wonderful, if you have time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment reading this paper.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable seat?
Now, I have a rather lot prepared for tomorrow, you know.
Oh, so sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? I feel like everyone reads his mind. And no one mentions that he's always thinking out loud or something. It's Penny coughing again. You Mikotobas are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts. Or could it be that Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Did Phoenix, Phoenix Wright, not the Phoenix, did he ever have his thoughts read so openly like that? I guess they're just very expressive people. Like his thoughts just show up on his face.
What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Ah, thank you.
Letter of introduction has been entered to the court record.
Good luck, then.
Penny, stop it. I tried to get her to take something for that cough, but she wouldn't do it. Oh good, it's not even... Oh, this is gonna be important. I think this is some sort of steamship ticket. SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November. That's Professor Nikotoba and Judge Jingo coming from Japan, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's called Dunkirk on the north coast of France, right before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Seems a shame not keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yeah, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary. Keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo? Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Yep, this is gonna be important at some point. Mikotoba's wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? Dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy? I do wish he at least called you my nice young man. I'm really not sure that would help. Just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? Can't I pull wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student? Mikotoba.
That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That Mikotoba? Yeah, exactly, him.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yujin Mikotoba's daughter, Sasada.
Jings, you're the young man's daughter. And you didn't think to mention that before?
I do apologize.
Aye, well, best take a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps? Didn't forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
That's... Would you eat handcuff biscuits? The flavor is criminal.
Fowler's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
Oh, then what can I do for you, End?
Why do you say then and then hen? We're currently investigating a case. One of your warders, you see. He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. Surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
Haven't heard anything of the sort. No missing persons in my prison.
But how can that be? Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Eh? Vigil?
That's right. Wife came to us and asked to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Yeah, that means something to him. Be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Before we do that, I have to look at this stupid clock. This grandfather clock is... It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down.
Modeled after guillotine, French execution device. Might have heard of it. Yeah, before you ask, it could chop.
Heads off, you mean?
Heavens no. Carrots and parsnips and so forth.
This guy is like super intense, but somehow gives off that air of,
what? No, I wasn't stabbing him. I was just cutting a string off his coat. You know?
the type who comes off as a criminal, but he's actually just a good guy. Oh.
Placed a large carrot at the bottom here in the morning. By evening, I've been cut clean in two.
Well, the blade must have been almost indescribably edge on it then. Uh-huh. An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
I just store behind every one of those.
You mean, rifle's a famous killer murder weapon? The axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce 4-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're on the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruto.
No, those are all right. Not those kind of stories, Jimmy. Who's Jimmy? That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree in my house. Mrs. Cadens wasn't pleased.
Ah.
The cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a bobby.
Ah. Stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think, weren't they? Yeah, to my relief, and in some small way, my disappointment. What about... he didn't mention the gun. Suppose these are all former governors of Barclay Prison, were they? Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows. Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny any of the possibility. Especially one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe in a whole new territory.
That's me. Yep, that one's me.
I'm terribly sorry, sir. Is it prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having severe expression, I mean?
Of course it's not. Although, taken into consideration.
I figured that one would be him. Why wouldn't it be? At least Mimikyu's not here to tell me to stop writing the game again.
Never expect to find a parrot in a prison. Must be the governor's pet. If this parrot shows up on trial, I'm gonna sue. Given where we are, it's hard not to see the poor creature as a prisoner. Let me out! What? You're gonna kill me! Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells? I should know, he's one of the 3 siblings, you see. He still calls out the names of his 2 brothers like that all the time. Right. Let me out! You're gonna kill me! I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? In to do it? What's his name? Very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? Labeled inmate register, look. The files are all alphabetical order. That's 50 years worth of records of Barclay's inmates. Whether or not they left alive after serving their term, all the details of the crimes they committed are recorded in there, like an epitaph, you might say. Didn't I do it? Records of the crimes and punishments, how dispiriting. And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. This guy could use work on his everything. I understand that Mr. Vigil's chief warder here at the prison. Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to his job, no doubt about it. He's a fine warder. Sorry, did you say he was? Aye, doesn't work here no more. Left the job. Oh my. When was this exactly? There's a question. When was it about? Can't have been much less than 10 years ago now. What? 10 years ago? You stopped working here 10 years ago? As I mind it. Didn't you know I've heard the Vel's name in that time. So I guess he's been lying about being the warder here still? Which should explain the money. Because, like, clearly she had seen him. Right? That's a worry if he's gone missing, though. But Miss Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware he no longer works here. Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here? That's important, is it? Yeah, I believe it may be. I mean, he's been lying to his wife this whole time. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Can't help but wondering, given that it was 10 years ago, conveniently, exactly when the professor was being held at the prison. Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of chief warder 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job? In actual fact, he didn't leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter. You mean he was dismissed? It was after a particular walk. Sorry, a walk? Aye, that's the word for it here. Walk to the gallows. Ah, an execution. Job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and oversee and any executions, you see. Only Vigil did something unthinkable in that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but can't reveal that information. Gotta tell you, it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
Who's the chief warder now?
But why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here. I wouldn't know anything about that, I'm afraid. About that.
Can I ask her one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
What would that be, Ian?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing. Was it by any chance the professor's?
My thoughts exactly. I'm sorry, really am. But I'm not at liberty to answer that.
I see. And yeah, she doesn't seem that observant, but at least she would know that her husband, like, exists still, right? This isn't a case of her just getting money and being like, oh, my husband's just working overtime for 10 years. It does answer it, but it also doesn't answer it. Like, that's how legal stuff works. It's like, yes, he didn't say anything, which does count as an answer. But he also didn't say anything, which means he can't get in trouble for it. Yeah, but then you can also twist it to be like, well, you asked specifically about the professor. I just said I couldn't tell you if it was or wasn't. You know, if we asked about someone else, he would probably be like,
nah, it wasn't him.
Legal junk is very, very peculiar. Even in a game like this, which throws most legal junk out the window when it wants to. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to have been well acquainted.
Dead room, prison, and cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, need fresh corpses for forensic research. You know?
Yeah, I can imagine. Advancement in medical science isn't always peculiarly palatable.
Father worked in a laboratory just the far side of the graveyard. Basement of St. Signers. Still in use today, actually.
St. Signers, that's come up before, I'm sure. Has it? Yeah, that's right. We've been there.
Mikatoba and I have to use the ride to carry together and negotiate terms.
For more fresh material, I suppose.
Ah,
Did you just read my mind again?
we used to sit in there for hours and gab on about dissection and all sorts. Oof, takes me back. Over a pot of tea and a plate of cup biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fella, your father. Reliable, dead set on his work. But I'm afraid... never understand your Japanese.
Because of the Genshin Isogi, I suppose.
Well... can't tell you anything else.
And he coughing again. Also, based on how many people can read Ryu's mind, Reslane, I think it's more that he has a mind broadcasting quirk. His thoughts just show up on his face and people read them. Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one moment for your way in. Let's go over here. Sure, I have it here somewhere. Let's see. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. 10 years old now, of course.
Oh my, are you sure?
Ah, no trouble at all. Not the original, mind.
Vigil dismissal notice been entered to the court record.
Thank you very much, Governor Caden. Well, in return, don't come here again. Do me a favor and never come back here. That case is closed. Yep. Whereas my quirk is, I can see 1 second into the future every so often. I think I ought to return to Baker Street for the time being. Yeah, I agree. Need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with whatever we found about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? First of November, Sholmes Suite. We're back! Hello, you two. Thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all. Yeah, so that's what the delicious smell is. Greetings, my dear fellows. Now his hair is just cotton candy. You've returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Blomes. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Say nothing, your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application. Oh my. Pray tell me, what of our water friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yeah, something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch in your hair, to be honest. Most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that... Sholmes? Drop everything, Sholmes. More important. Ina. I can't Adam and Eve it. Adam and Eve it? What does that mean? What's happened? Clearly a very grave matter indeed. But Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever. It's the boss. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson? The boss is... he's dead. What? They just found his body. Shot with a pistol. What? But... Inspector Gregson? He was murdered? No, not Gregsy. Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Alright, hang on. The thing's just flickered. There we go. Also, 1 second, Penny wants out. You have to sit here and look at her cry. Yeah, it was fine until it flickered on my end as well. It just lost connection for a second. What if I just left? Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... Now I'll never be able to do that voice again. He was really shot? I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still in there, investigating the scene. Where did this take place?
Murderized? Little rented room in a building full of flats on Fresno Street. The outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then. Thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I was gonna show him I'd become a proper detective. Oh, Kenny. Who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is? They got him already. Already? They caught the shooter so soon? A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down in there and took care of him. Who? What awful person did it? I still can't believe it myself. Oh, you're totally right. He actually went from golden blonde to red to blue. He's literally Super Sholmes, God Super Sholmes. Gina? It was the Reaper. Wait a minute, you don't mean they've arrested Lord Vanzek for it? That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss. No, Lord Vanzek's. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It was Barak von Zeeks that the police have arrested? I saw him with my own eyes, in the interview room at the yard. I don't believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, and apparently, when Locke got to the scene, there was only the boss and that Reaper bloke in the room. There's no way Lord Vanzek would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it. I don't believe it either. Stop reading my mind. I guess we're gonna be defending Lord Vanzek. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is the most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry. Who are you saying? What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing. His pipe's not even entering his mouth. But anyway, taking the cab over to the scene right now. Please come and all, as soon as you can. Gotta help. Will it actually be him? I also can't believe they killed Gregson. Detectives lot to appear where some sinister plot is unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there to be a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? To Gregson! Mr. Naruhodo, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. Be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you're intending to do so anyway. Till later then. You can tell Sholmes is also pretty upset. Bruno, Susie, I've called you a handsome. A handsome? I mean, thanks for the compliment, Iris, but I don't know that's how it's gonna help us. Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mrs. Sato? Will you throw chalices in the witness stand? Pray forgive me for drinking from my hollow chalice while I am here as the accused. Well, I'm glad they just let him... Just casually let him stay in his outfit and just relax. So it's true, he really was arrested. Sitting with his back to the wall, reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Vanzek! Oh, it is you. Fancy meeting you here. The last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Ha! It rhymed. I couldn't very well not come. You heard what happened. That Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But... Forgive me, Lord Vanzek, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, and at very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with our investigations, please. There's really nothing I can tell you. Oh, you're just reading the back of the cell there. Was it something related to the case? This yard isn't so quite cavalier with information as to share the case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance. In most of those cases, I doubt they had other outfits. I'm not sure about Lord Vanzek's. Oh, who might that be? Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Hairbrain. Of course, yes. Keep forgetting that they went to the same university. And I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let us get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Strange. I mean, let's face it. Lord Vanzek never minces his words. They seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Vanzek? What happened? How much do you already know? We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room in Fresno Street. You were found by the police when they arrived at the scene and immediately arrested. You were told that nobody else in the room, as someone witnesses heard a gunshot. Then you're well informed, and there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot! Obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. Or, you know, people in general. I throw chalices, I don't shoot guns. I also heard the noise, however... Before I had the chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers. He doesn't actually know what happened. But I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with? I don't need to answer that. You do. After all, you're not representing me. He's gonna need a lawyer, though. Who's gonna be representing you in court, Lord Vanzek? Anyone other than you, I should imagine. You know I'm the only defense attorney in this game. Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as yet? Defense lawyers shied away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know. This is different. In my career, all of the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now. Surely not. I assure you no defense lawyer will want to touch me with the end of a barge pole. You didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you? I don't have to answer that. Been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of this killer more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that. What does he mean by that? After the trial, Mr. Hairbrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. A letter to inform me of the safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He should now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper. Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean? Yes, so it seems. Your stupid little Nipponese friend, for example, who told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day. Yeah, that's right. He's the author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Hairbrain's safely back in Germany now. He is. So, it appears our conversation has run dry. 2 seconds silence, that's all. Well, in any event, if you'll excuse me now, I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Vanzek, if you'd like, I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court. I've seen how you treat people. So I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another's life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in a court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer. However, I trust no one. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But please! How did he get in jail? I guess you missed that part. I don't know how to break it to you, Griffey. But Gregson's dead. Or so we've been told. And Vanzek is the suspect, because he was found in the room after people heard a gunshot. He is basically just Vampire Edgeworth, yes. Except, you know, an older one. He even had a relative that was killed, and then he became a prosecutor. Sorry to hear that. You should invest in a better net, so you can catch more Sabapings. I have no intention of engaging your services. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. I'm sitting down now. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper. Find out more about Lord Vanzek and what happened to Inspector Gregson. Gotta dig a little deeper. And find a little frog. I don't want to see Gregson's dead body. He was supposed to leave for France soon, too. Red hair. Really is an out-of-the-way part of London, and not many people found their way down this back street. This dust-ridden, rented old room was where it happened, then. So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life. Yeah, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. Do we have a chief inspector? I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. That's an investigation of taking him elsewhere. Oi, what do you think you're doing there? Every time one of those drawers has got to be taken right out so you can look underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked. Don't forget to look inside the chimney stack, too. Blimey, ain't you lots ever gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town? Gina's obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt. Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself. Hello again, Gina. Chum's only just left. You're lucky you missed that. He went prancing around here and there, pouring stuff and flicking that out of his and out, then just scoffed. Oh, he finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one. Not even me. Gina, would you mind if we investigated too? Listen, Odo. You're a lawyer, right? Yeah. Why? Well, you're not thinking of trying to help that Reaper bloke, are you? Ugh, poor Gina. Never gonna forget, is she? That trial will haunt her forever. Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Vanzek really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. Suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Odo. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here. Thank you, Gina. I guess she's she's just the head detective now. Oh, it's a photograph stand. Suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members. No, this is definitely what's-his-face's house. What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head. They are, look! Mr. Naruto, quickly! Yep. Why do I feel like this woman is familiar somehow? Of course she's familiar! We met her only this morning!
Ah, it's Mrs. Vigil.
Well, the head detective's dead. And she was basically his apprentice.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil here?
You've missed a lot of plot. You also missed a lot of Sholmes doing stuff. They always die right before retirement.
To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
Sorry to say, I have no idea either. Kazuma has not shown up. He is apparently missing. However, Gregson is gone. Suspected to be murdered, or completely murdered. We haven't been given a confirmed body yet. And Lord Vanzek is the suspect so far. Sorry to say, I have no idea either. Kazuma might show up to be the prosecutor. Or they might pull a full weird moment and introduce a new character. Or it'll be Sholmes. That would be funny. He's the only other modeled character. Or maybe it'll be Ryutaro. Even though he's the defense lawyer.
The empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder than it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
Thick with dust, look. I think it'd be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time. Why can't Vanzek prosecute and be the suspect? That's fair too. We've defended ourselves in court. Why can't he prosecute himself in court?
Whoever lived in this room must have been extremely hardy in cold weather. Or nobody lived here at all and merely visited when the occasion arose. I would like to say which is more likely. No, that's right. One or the other. Looks like some sort of notice board or something. Absolutely covered with scraps of paper. Mr. Naruto, look! This, you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it? These are case notes here. Details of prison inmates. Yeah, in fact, they're all sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room? Some old newspaper cuttings. And this one here! Oh yeah, advertisement, you mean? To the Redhead League. But why? What's it doing here? Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason. Excuse me.
Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir.
Poor man, can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset.
I thought he was calling us Inspector for a second, which is fair. We are basically a detective at this point.
Excuse me.
Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many tears, sir.
Right, perhaps I'd better leave you to your work then.
There's photographs up here, but apparently they're not important.
Excuse me.
You're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector. Don't worry. We'll look after things at the yard.
I've interrupted some deep thoughts there. Somebody's very haphazardly nailed these boards over broken glass, haven't they? Can't even really call it a window anymore. Well, if you remember the window in Mr. Natsume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least have let in some light, you could say. You can say nothing more about it. Starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now.
Yeah, they outlined the body and then moved on, I guess.
That's definitely a shape. Suppose this is where the victim
That's right, the rope is laid out. Oh, it's a rope, it's not even chalk. Rope is laid out around the body to show exactly where it was found. Poor Inspector Gregson himself has already been taken away. Hello, Surveyor. Hope you've been doing well. Probably be under Dr. Zai's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week. But the shape of the rope, it would appear the inspector was curled up in a ball. Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruto? You look like you've just seen a ghost. I know it's just a rope, but... well, it conjures up quite a terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it. Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality. Sound is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. What about this wig? Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing. Funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it? It is! It is! A bright red hairpiece! I suppose, right, the fact it's right next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs, does it? And such a flame-colored red, too. Yeah, it's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it? Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it. What about this weird police toy? What's this? It would appear to be a little model policeman. Rather charming, isn't it? In a way. Thing is, it's on the floor here. Do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson? A little hard to imagine Lord Vanzek's playing with something like this. Only about 8 centimeters tall, but fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think you should record it as evidence, just in case. Yeah, I agree. It's rather delightful after all, in a way. Presumably the murder weapon, then. Oh my, is it real, I suppose? I think so. Guns are rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. Outside of the one I literally held in my hands when I was accused of murder. Thanks for bringing that up. Only one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruto. Fire a shot. No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. It looks like more like a toy. Top of one of the candles, this candle holder has been completely blown off. There's wax splatter on the wall behind it, too. Suppose if a bullet had hit it, it does seem likely that a bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body. Ugh, now that wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Lot of evidence to be had. I always wondered what the other side of a hairpiece looks like. Doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruto. You always want to see what lies beneath, don't you? I'm not sure that's quite how I put it. Must have to use a lot of bird lime to keep it in place on your head, so it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean. That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think? How this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear. I'm convinced about the charming part. But yes, you're right. That part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody has been enjoyed twisting it around and around for fun. Shall we try twisting it around too? For fun? Ah! What's that? It appears to be some sort of key. It's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door, not that size. What's it for, I wonder? Yeah, that is a key. Or a gun. Looks like some sort of key. Yes, it does. Very tiny and simple key. It's very simple and clean. What the little key doing inside a figurine policeman in the first place? What's it for? I suppose this must have been the murder weapon. Oh my, it is real, I suppose. I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan. I really know very little about them. Who's more familiar with firearms, though? There's some black marks here. Look. Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks. Perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? Only this one candle's been cracked in half, it seems. Yeah, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Maybe you have to go talk to the chief at the police station? I don't know. The prison, I mean? Post immediate effect of having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. Okay. Aiding of any escape of prison convict prisoner. So he aided in helping the professor escape, apparently. The other clause conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. Believe the convict engaged in some sort of form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding this negotiation will be demanded. Gregson's gone, Reeslane. You know, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place? That's what I want to know. It's what? Half a year since I got out of the clink? That's why I decided to give up diving and become a detective instead. Oh yeah, Mr. Sholmes twisted the inspector's arm to agree to take you on as apprentice, didn't he? Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. Turns out he's a bit of a legend at the yard. A spirit medium? What are you talking about? Those don't exist. You can't expect a ghost to just take over someone's body and, like, I don't know, commit a murder or something. That'd be ridiculous, Reeslane. So you managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that. He did? Yep, and ever since then he started going on about all sorts of investigations, but always on his own. No one else at the yard really knows what half the case he's working on, apparently. Not how it's supposed to work, is it? What was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all. And look where that landed him. Respect for the Reaper? In what way? Heard him say as much. Take my hat off to that fella, were his words. Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper. Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke. Didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in such a high regard. He said something else to me and all. I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, because he only goes after people what are bad. It kind of set my mind at ease when he said that. Right. This is her inspector getup, although her dog is missing. What's this place then? Does anyone else live here? Apparently it's been rented by some cove called Hugh Bone. Hugh Bone? It's a sort of here today, gone tomorrow name like that, isn't it? Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. Haven't been able to get in touch with him. I see. Well, judging from appearances, I'd have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever. Right, all the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. There's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder... Well, could it be this Hugh Bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself? What? How could that be? Well, if he was investigating on his own, quite possible. This was in fact some kind of secret office of his. I never considered that. Nice work, Suze. We actually follow a lot of inquiry like that ourselves. You are? If you look around the room, you'll see. There's a few things that hint at it. You should really investigate this place in detail. See, it's where the poor inspector was found over there.
Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did it. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck that candle tree on the wall. Oh yeah, it's blown off one of the candles apart completely. They're really driving that home. Gun used there on the floor. It's the Reapers, isn't it? No denying that. What? Really? How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big white eyes. I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know much about guns myself. Some bigwig lawman or whatever said so. Why don't you ask him? Bigwig lawman, is it? Anyway. Fresno Street runs along under the window there. There's some street sellers just outside of the gun shop. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anyone outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning, that's why. Talking to the yard's legendary inspector here, after all. They'll all be getting to grilling. Think we might be able to speak with one of those street sellers ourselves? I doubt it. Lads at the yard will just want to know what you're snooping around for and you'll end up grilling and all. And we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. We never interview witnesses. Well, you know about this wig? You know, what do you make of this? What is that? Evidence? What, something know what happened, have you? Oh, no, not exactly. Ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. So I'm going to the person who did this to the boss. You recognize the policeman figure? Nope. Bigwig lawman. Alright, he's not here. Hey, Lord Chief Justice, will you look at this gun for me? I'm sure that won't be suspicious. Made a good time. Took an express train back to London. I can hear Lord Strongheart, can you? Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone. It's him. Is everything in place? And he has our sword! Give me back my sword! So I can stab you. I had a private compartment in the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's Kazuma! Ah, your timing is impeccable, much like these birds. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yeah. I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Vanzek could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson. I believe on only the facts. The facts of this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Vanzek for this crime. Must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective. Oh no, surely not. It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. So does that mean the trial's tomorrow? Precisely. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Kazuma. He lost his headband. Ah, of course, you're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asogi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings. Leading the prosecution. Wait, what? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law. Kazuma? A prosecutor? And he's just gonna stand back there. His bandana's still on his sword.
You did. You called it. Kazuma's gonna take over Lord Vanzek's. It's a reverse Edgeworth. Well, he did. And a pure white outfit instead of his black suit. I'm sure you can imagine tomorrow's trial will be closely followed out all over London. In fact, no. People all over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds.
There's no salvation for anyone in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock.
Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped the conviction subsequently died in mysterious deaths.
But Lord Vanzek firmly denies any involvement in such matters. There have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent.
That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now. No, tomorrow's trial... Birds! Will mark the new start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. That's because he's lost his memories for a bit, and now he's forgotten who he used to be. He's forgotten how to do the bandana thing, so he just stopped happening. Well, obviously the physics-denying part of his clothing has to be those belts. I mean, those are some Kingdom Hearts level belts that do nothing for his outfit.
Kazuma will be prosecuting tomorrow?
That's right.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles.
They can.
Imagine what it'll mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. Such as bluffing. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely. I have no doubt at all that Kazuma will be razor sharp as a prosecutor. But why Kazuma? Surely so many highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to this trial.
You asked for this? But why?
It'll all become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you tend to stand before the defense, don't you? Although the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers for representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It'd be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as judiciary closing ranks.
That's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Ryunsuke, let's see how your skills have been honed. After practicing law in this land for so many months.
Can I have that sword back? I understand why you're being so hostile to me now. This isn't going to end well, my friend. Killer's gun. Oh yeah, we noticed there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Vanzek's?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene.
Well, the thing is, the lead detective's dead. She wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know.
He either tightened it or removed it, yeah.
That's right, Mr. Naruhodo, be direct.
Certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes, which includes the prosecutors, I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually belong to the victim.
No, Gregson had his gun on his person.
What about Lord Vanzek's?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
Just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's, no proof it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Vanzek's.
How do you just lose a gun? Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? Apparently everyone has a gun except for us. I feel like we could use one at this point. Especially since I don't have a sword anymore. Okay, do you know what this is? Nope. Also, my question about the gun is if it's actually a gun. I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but it'll be alright now. Has your memory completely returned? Yes, completely. I remember everything. Including what I was coming here to do. Right. Kazuma. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. But how did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia? It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London. That's where your destiny awaits. It was that voice that guided me here to London. I'm so sorry for what's happened. Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return the way it was before. Huh? What do you mean? I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Tomorrow, in fact. Doesn't look like we're gonna glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart. Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. There's much you can learn from the public gallery. Much you can learn from a punch in the face. I have taken up so much of your time that you're wasting on birds. We'll see ourselves out.
Hold it!
Hold it. We get to hear his voice again. But before you go, Ryusuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you. He probably has a gun now, yes. Kazuma, what? You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean, my steed. And you carried on my role to perfection. You always were intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruto didn't want that to die with you. Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here. I actually have a favor to ask. Which is? Trial will be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel. Why? What's this all about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Vanzek would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? Not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. That's Lord Vanzek and Inspector Gregson. And a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. And who's the third person? Look at that big old smile. It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find some straight talking makes him take a different view. I know, it's so rare to see him smile. And we have photographic evidence that he smiles. Hello, Gum. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryusuke. Visiting hours of the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? I thought I told you to never come here again. Lord Vanzek is still reading that letter. He's a very slow reader. You've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter. It's probably the latter. Might be able to read English faster than he can.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese.
Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that.
Ugh, I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time. Oh no! That might actually work, Mimikyu. No one would ever believe the Reaper could smile. No, you'll ruin my reputation! Not that I actually care, but my reputation!
You heard your trial set for tomorrow.
Which is none of your business.
Have you found a lawyer?
How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you.
In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart and...
The prosecutor for your trial has been decided.
I'd expect nothing less, although I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asogi!
That made the color drain from his face.
Well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. "10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutors at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asogi.
Genshin Asogi was Kazuma's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son crucify me in some kangaroo court? Well, not even in Australia. This is Britain!
I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticed Kazuma to you.
What? What he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have been hoping to achieve? Let's not forget it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that?
Asogi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane that is you Nipponese.
Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. You know, just hate one guy and suddenly it's everybody.
I've only just been appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutors, was hunting down a mass murderer, a so-called professor. Assigned to the investigation as his partner was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard.
And that was Genshin Asogi.
Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asogi's trial. It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I believed the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the Professor case inquiry, Lord Mayor Strongheart.
Wait, what? Lord Strongheart?
He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person whom I felt indebted.
Sure must have seen your zeal for the case and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, as time is known to do. But then, earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And of all things, as a lawyer.
I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing for us Japanese.
I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years that hatred had festered inside me, I could no longer control it.
And I can understand why, now I know the history.
But in the same way I've long felt the Nipponese to be a bane of my life, To Kazuma Asogi, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he intends to take it in court tomorrow. Probably not. I don't think he really cares. Gregson's transfer to the Paris police prefecture had finally been arranged in the coming month, but he never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yeah, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he? I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean. It's the first time I've ever encountered it. Oh. The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to put that arrangement in place. Sounds like that mystery is even the Reaper perplexed. I'm afraid to say, you're very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We heard he was considered something of a legend at the Scotland Yard. Again, it was 10 years ago he first made a name for himself, by uncovering the decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach into the case, the discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy. Oh my, 10 years ago? Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered the desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in the investigation made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death. So you must have had a great confidence in Inspector's abilities then. Even more conceivable you would have taken his life. I don't have the confidence in anyone. Least of all, myself. And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I have no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. What really went on between Lord Vanzek and the Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship? And also, what about your gun? About the gun used to shoot the inspector was found on the scene. Ah, yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? The Shogar informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm. As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true. When did you lose it then? That I don't know. I was issued a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stored it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. You have something in common with Lord Vanzek, after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things. Hey, I put everything in my court record. I've never misplaced my armband, except it's not on my outfit right now. No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make the mistake of associating me with this Nipponese. Oh dear. The rift is very wide, isn't it? There's not decisive evidence, clearly. Doesn't look good, that's for sure. But if he hasn't had it for 10 years, then it really could be anyone's. Anyways. Here's your stupid picture. Lord Vanzek came by this old photograph, and we can see that inside of it, it makes you laugh. Where did you get that? It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that is my brother, Clint. Clint Deadswood. He had to be, really. I don't know why it wasn't even noted down to begin with. Apparently, this picture was prominently displayed in the Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense! No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Guillermo Lestrade, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time when things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other such lofty subject matter. Yes, Clint. killed by the East Woodland creatures known as the Nipponese. It was a nice glimpse into the past. I thank you. Feels as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes, a brief twinkle, an insight to the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name! Huh. I have lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or the lawyers. He said our name! Should film that. I should take a photograph of that and put it on my wall. And yes, this is definitely just the original Edgeworth. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth. Lord Vanzek's. From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I dearly wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Osogi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph, it made me laugh. It reminded me. You mean this photograph? Yes, that one, ha. Back then I was able to laugh in this photograph. See, it all comes full circle in the end. My bad jokes will eventually show up. I was free of the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. I look to the future with hope. And also at the camera. Since then I protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times the mire into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's two! I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It will be an honor. I'm so pleased, Mr. Naruto. Oh, and also Yoria. Then my life is in your hands. For Lord Vanzek's, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey. It's my old friend, Kazuma. To be continued. One second. Who's gonna throw in wine glasses? Kazuma, obviously. He learned how to cut them open. Now he has to learn how to throw them. There's that old familiar feeling again. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Historic, not historatic. That's not a word. Actually, no. It's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air. And he's just a vampire Edgeworth, basically, yeah. And he's helped us on occasion in some of the cases where he's like, something's wrong. I need to push for this. My Nipponese learned friend is not going to do it, so I guess I have to. But it's like his reason for hating us makes sense, especially for the time when this is taking place. So I never really held it against him, outside of when he's just being really rude for no reason. There is a menacing tension in the air today, isn't there? I suppose. Yeah, I think so. It's weird being on this side. That'll be the result of the missing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please. Oh my, I do apologize. However, you're certainly not mistaken, this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to the details. However, I understand that no jury has been selected. What? Are we gonna avoid having a jury? A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. A closed court. Good morning, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, your hair's back to normal. Or is it more gray than before? I feel like he was more blonde. Have you made note of my hair, Mr. Naruto? It's an outright victory for science, you must agree. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, completely forgot about your little hair problem. Aha! What to one man's little hair problem is to another day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning. Oh dear, how awful for you. I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And I see London celebrate the great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to the paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is far greater than deterrent than the black roots of crime in our capital. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there is at least one point in which I would readily commend you. What an honor, and that would be your eye for good lawyer, sir. Mr. Sholmes, in front of the Reaper. After all, behind this lawyer there's a very great mind, my own. What are you trying to say? I wish only to say you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Oh, you're here. Gina! What's that on her arm? It's a mourning band, I suppose. Father, shouldn't you be at the Symposium?
It's been postponed. I have some free time. I had to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action. Be very interested to see the fruits of your studies over the past year, and also to see Cosmos alive in 1 hour.
It's an honor to have you here. Let's hope there's some fruits to see. Odo. Oh, yeah, Gina? Why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on? This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it was him, what? What killed the boss? I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that. Well, if it weren't for him, who was it? I don't know that, yet. I don't care who calls him what. Reaper's just a name. He's a person at the end of the day. Turns out it was him what killed the boss. And God help him. Fiery eyes indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing. Eh? At least that may be some solace to the deceased. Please, Odo. Get whoever did this. For the boss. Yeah, like, we get it. Vanzek is he's kind of blunt, kind of rude, but he's not gonna shoot someone. Not outside of court. I ain't feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. You gotta find who did this and make that wretch pay.
Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way to the courtroom at once, please.
Alright then, here we go. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Vanzek.
What?
No, I'm saying it's time. He would probably stab someone before he would shoot someone. One who lost his treasured brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide heading to this trial. It's time to shine a light on these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look it straight in the eye and shoot it. Now here's the question, will I have a sword? I do not have a sword. Interesting.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Here to conduct the fair and just trial of the defendant, Barclay Vanzek. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
Defense is ready, my lord. Isn't this a closed case? Why are there people in the back? The mouse does. That's good. The prosecution is more than ready. Oh, Kazuma. I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But I never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind the prosecution's bench.
So-called Reaper of the Bailey. Been scourged like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
Truth revealed by this proceedings may have be unpredictable repercussions throughout the judiciary. Accordingly, they will be conducted as a closed trial with no members of the public present, even though there are people clearly watching, by Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
Burden of all arbitration education falls on my shoulders. Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
No members of the public are present. Might I ask who's currently occupying the gallery, my lord? Oh, I'm glad Sasato brought it up. It's rare for a game like this to, you know, get rid of discrepancies that they have because of how the game is programmed.
Hey, members of the judiciary, here to witness the proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Members of the judiciary? Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
And of course another unprecedented aspect of these proceedings in which I must elaborate. Counsel of the prosecution and the defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Yeah, well. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes.
And I stand here in the courtroom now, I'm quite certain.
This is the reason why I had to come to Britain. Kazuma.
Very well, let's commence the proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. The incident took place on the 1st of November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Location was a building in the flats of Frinzo Street in the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Gregson, name known very well in this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of his country's grimmest cases of 10 years ago.
The professor case. How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard a gunshot, and all have reported at the same time. Yeah, that's what Gino told us too. There were a number of witnesses. I have here the plan of the room. Okay. Victim was found curled up in the corner. Believe that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly. Point-blank? That would explain why the thing goes that far, but what doesn't make sense is the gunshot angle.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, counsel.
Autopsy report has been entered in the courtroom.
The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim. Now, have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm? No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma. For not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Furthermore, my lord, as I have explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum, album, I don't know.
We do need fingerprints. And, you know, gun fingerprints. And all kinds of things. Also, hang on. I should fix something real quick. I didn't think about it until I looked over. Let's see. Okay. Put that there. There. Now the Reaper of the Bailey is behind bars. Candelabrum mounted on that wall, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile. We noticed that too, didn't we? Yeah, it was mentioned like 4 times.
Thank you for the report, counsel. Setting the crime is now clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please. As you wish, my lord. Is this Frenzo Street room Inspector Grankson's private abode? No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Bone, but there's precious little furniture inside, and it's generally in a poor state of repair.
What on earth was Gregson even doing there? Assuming he was investigating some case or another.
When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witness and the rush to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot. So the details of the case are clear. In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness. A name, please, counsel. Naturally. The accused himself.
Lord Vanzek!
As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth. Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
I didn't expect to be on this end, I have to say. It's been a while since I've stood up here.
Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Barak von Zeeks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zeeks, that you heard the prosecutor Asogi's opening precinct.
I did.
All alleged you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord.
Then I'm sure the court would like to hear your explanation to some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresco Street at the time in question. And what exactly took place. 1 second.
I'm back. I intend to explain away nothing, I will simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zeeks, I never imagined this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want it to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, part of me has been dreading it. Your formal testimony then, witness.
Pray forgive me for pulling out the wine glass during my testimony. I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard the gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. That testimony was the whole truth. It was. So, you heard a gunshot being fired in a room with no living occupants, and moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right, you haven't explained away anything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. Yet it turns out you have a way with words. Prosecutor Asogi. It appeared to be singular tale indeed. Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. That's gotten into Kazuma. Not behaving like himself at all. Very well then. Counsel, may begin your cross-examination. One second. Sorry. Add a text. Why was he investigating Gregson? He actually hasn't mentioned this before, so. You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in a case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed. Is the court to understand that in the day in question you followed the victim to the scene? No. I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. The address on Frezuski was noted at the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered the man's office? In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense. As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. That not the case, Lord Vanzek. I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet you refuse to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge under oath. Ugh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? Well, obviously Strongheart told him not to say anything, right? Yeah, he's not helping. You ever been to the address before? No, never. I only learned of the police as a result of my investigation into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it was all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m. the sun would only have just gone down. It would still have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from the outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There was no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, although I couldn't say for certain. Look, Miss Naruhodo. There is a small desk in the room just here. Yeah, I remember. There's an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. It makes me laugh. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. Is there anything we didn't get? see. No, nothing notable here. I'm kind of confused at why the photograph isn't on this outline, but... Oh, who fired the gun? How on earth would I know that? I can't believe I accepted this guy as my defense lawyer. I have no idea. I didn't see anyone else in the room. You say it was very dark in there. Yes, that's right. I'm a vampire, usually we're in the dark. All I can tell you is I didn't sense another's presence. Ah, then could it be? That gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without a doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. Ugh, this is going to be from bad to worse. As you say, that's the point in which you notice the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was a carelessness on my part. Which kind of mirrors what we did, or what Ryu did in the very first case of the first game. Like, oh, there's a gun on the... There's a gun on the floor, that's weird. And then boom, gunshot. He didn't sense anyone with his vampire magic. Presumably then the gunshot you heard came from the firearm and you somewhat hastily took in your hands. In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent gunpowder. But then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with an answer, I don't know. I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. So that would mean Gregson was already dead, and the gunshot was most likely fired at the candle. Hence the burn mark on it. Which means there's 2 bullets involved. A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume. That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street. Who are these merchants? A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened. Pretty stupid, honestly, but... Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she? They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process, though my heart stopped beating many years ago. Well, you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed the revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion, and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. In that direction? Wouldn't it have been... What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly, there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson. Most curious circumstances indeed. How the inspector was killed or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea. Objection. Surely the court's heard enough. That's the first time that's been interrupted. My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Vanzek, is lying on multiple fronts. What is that supposed to mean? Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say? In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. Well, that's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this candelabrum. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it has been blown off.
by a powerful impact. One would assume the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly of different length. Yes, I can see that only the candle appears to have been struck by the bullet. It is long. We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together. That's conjecture and doesn't matter. Which begs the question of, why only one has ended up longer than the others? That must be because a particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Yeah. That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning, so the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still on the candelabrum. And the accused claim they couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now, to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims to never have visited the scene of the crime before. That's the truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered up top to bottom with police documents and newspaper cuttings. Yes, that's right. We saw it too. It goes without saying the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. And there's a common thread linking all the documents on that board. Indeed, what's this common thread, Counsel? They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Barclay Vanzek. All of them? And furthermore, all of those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted. Good lord! Interestingly, none of the defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. But that's not... that's easy to prove false. We know at least 4 people that are totally fine. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout, and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet the Reaper would claim to have never been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards. Backwards? Explain, Counsel. You bring in Natsume, bring in Gina, who's literally in the room, and Hairbrain, and someone else. Who else am I forgetting? Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? That's like 90% conjecture, Kazuma. That doesn't work in court. At least not when I do it. Because Vanzek said earlier it was 16 out of 20. Yeah, that's true. I don't think she's dead. Or no, No, she wasn't accused. She was... Because the accused in that one was also Natsume. Killing Mr. Shamspear. She was found guilty. Very well, hereby state the current opinion of the court. Barrick Von Zeeks is an outstanding prosecutor who has been rendered great service to his country. However, with deep regret I must concur with the prosecutor Asogi's contention. The defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with the known facts. All I have done is state the truth as I know it. Kazuma's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on the experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution's case. And it's formidable. Not really. It's actually probably the weakest case we've had to deal with. Also, you'll submit the board you just showed to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental to establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence. Do we just have that board on us? Thank you, my lord. Those boards have been entered in the court record. And now the prosecution would like to call a new witness to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold the day in question. Can we actually, like, look at all the cases on this stupid thing? Details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on
dating back years on here, aren't there? Even from 10 years ago is browning with age. Look. Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Redhead League advertisement that Mr. Scholes picked out. You remember? There was a red hair piece of the scene, too. Back to Gregson, an exponent of Redhead League, then? Well, that's peculiar. Oh, what's this? It's an Naruto, look! Yeah, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, looks just like a handprint. And the collar. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing. Okay. Anything underneath? No? They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, if you remember. Yeah, the street cells heard the gunshot and went running to the room. Very well, leads the witnesses in. Brendan may step down from the witness stand. With certainly, my lord. May I have one of my hallowed chalices, by the way? No. Oh. Hey, wait a second, we know that guy. But also that first one was literally just Little Red Riding Hood. Is she the wolf in sheep's clothing? So, witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court.
Names? We don't use names. Far too fancy like us.
We're just free and easy, sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them all vacant shares as they walk down to Fresno and spin a few words and verse for them.
The old man's familiar.
Well, I like to assume that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street.
That guy has a really dark smudge on his neck. Looks painful.
Everyone calls me gossip. Say jaunty little tidbits to passerbys, you know?
Jaunty little tidbits.
Got an absolute smash for you, sir. Right up your guinnel, it is. 6 pence the price, not a penny less.
No thanks.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now? Oh, come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him money and see what it is.
Pay the man, counsel.
Alright. 6 pence it is. Not that I have that much.
Won't regret it, sir. Now I got you listening to ears on.
Just between us. Young couple on Slot Street have just had twins. Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread. By that bit's up to you and your mouth, of course. Got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence apiece it is, if you're curious.
I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Maybe that unusual bruise or whatever is poking out from under your collar. What about the next witness, then? What name do you go by and what do you sell? Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, isn't it? Kazuma had amnesia. He forgot where he put his money, obviously. And no, his face is not okay. Got a big fat lip from all the gossip he sells. No, it was little match girl reslain. I sell all these little fireworks to the local school kids. 6 pence a pop, what do you say? They pop quite a bit, though. You weren't exaggerating when with little. Did they actually sell? Oh yeah, second one years can't get enough of Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you say then, eh? Want a pop with 6 pence for a pop?
Wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom. Try the woman. Give her money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Why is everyone telling me to pay? You know I don't get paid for these things. Alright, I'll buy one. Wait, did the judge just tell me to blow up the courtroom? Love the stuff, right then. Something a bit extra just for you.
The Venus Special, only 600 pence. 600? 100 of my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there? And there'd be nothing little about the punishments if I blew up the Old Bailey either. These firecrackers been into the court record. What bane could it make? So maybe he didn't hear the gunshot, but he heard the firecracker go off? And the last witness, what name do you go by and what do you sell? I'm the thinker, me. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think, therefore I am. And I am, therefore I think. I think. Because I stand here on the street watching the old world go by about me. They call me the Observerator. Get out of it, old man. Everyone calls you Sandwich and you know it. So you don't actually sell anything? Problems shed, problems have, they say. I give advice, I do, and I think of what it means. I don't actually sell anything, no, come to think of it. Pity. No more purchases today, please. Well, we have quite a cast here, it seems. They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. Always the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene. Nope. He doesn't sell anything, apparently. Nothing at all. Not only that, but they very barely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime. Well, I'll be beggared, I thought, just between us. Venus de Milo, what am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw. What I think is, if what we see is light and shadow playing on our eyes, is any of it real? Am I real? Very well, court will hear for formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident. Alright, first things first. What do these do? Have you an idea, Miss Naruto? You're staring at the end of the string fireworks. Sorry, it's just at the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like. Shall we find out? What? But she said it could blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang. My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruto. Oh, exactly like... Goes off like a gunshot. So yep, he heard the gunshot go off. Or rather, he heard these things going off, not the gunshot. And no, I don't trust any of them either. They all are extremely suspicious. Although we do know this old man. He showed up in one of the cases. I think the first Natsume case. Yeah, these are definitely people that you could easily pay to just lie in court. Why are we firing firecrackers in court? Why are we paying for them in court? The judge can't complain, he told us to buy them. I remember him because he has a very distinct scarf. That's my excuse. Not the whole thing from start to finish, we did. Everything the moment they went in the building. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gone inside that we all heard the big bang. It seemed to me a quick talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. I ran to the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body. I was scared half to death, me, so I ran to find a copper. If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barak von Zeeks. I've seen pictures of the Reaper in the paper. Know what he looks like. Just between us, folk love stories like this. Made himself a title sum already. Oh wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from the other flat could have done it. All those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied. Of course they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to boot. The room in which the inspector was found is the only property in the building that's currently leased. And we know the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Cubone. Testimony in the court just heard would like to appear to little room for doubt. How increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime. They could be lying. Thank you for your candor, my lord. Counsel of the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination of the witness. Okay. In close court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow.
It's so reassuring to not have to deal with the jury. I just noticed Kazuma has his own little slide in.
Hold it, when you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Vanzek's? I suppose so. Lots of us don't know names of the high and mighty. Tell you one thing, old Reaper that went at last, that's for certain. Just behind Inspector Gregson, did they arrive at the same time as each other? No, not at all. First fella must have gone inside a good 15 minutes before we heard the captain shot. Victim arrived 15 minutes before. Sure about that? Am I sure? Doesn't seem likely that I'd forgotten a fellow with the bright red hair like that, does it?
Yeah, his hair really was red, weren't it? Better than my flaming fireworks, even.
That fiery red mop still burning inside of my eyelids, it is. Wait a minute, you're saying the man was a redhead? Weren't you listening, chum? He was a redhead. And he had a big trunk with him as well.
Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Doesn't seem like the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party.
No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct.
What?
No, he really was wearing that wig. Have a look at this photograph, every time it makes me cry, of the victim taken at the scene. It's hard to believe it's actually Gregson that's dead. I don't want to imagine, like, Gumshoe dying, you know? Yeah, it's Inspector Gregson, alright. And a red hairpiece. Ah! Of course! We saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we? No, he was just wearing a wig. Sholmes, however, was actually a redhead earlier, but you missed it, Mimikyu. He became Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan... I'm sorry, Super Sholmes God. And then he became Super Sholmes God, Super Sholmes. Because he got blue hair afterward.
Still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though.
And why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
Well, it does seem to suit the man, one might say. Photograph will be submitted as evidence. Please, counsel.
What became of the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying? I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene.
Though it just disappeared. What, you expect because we watch the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that.
By which presumably you mean the gunshot.
I sell these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? I always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant enter the building?
That's right. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went. Just like that.
Well, he's the Reaper, isn't he? And what the French call a feint what? Reaper's around, people going to the ground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we got a message. Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clearer motive for the crime.
Yes.
Certainly an eminently incredible move.
Right.
At that point, you ran inside, is that correct? I don't care about this one. Old man has nothing to really supply.
First person to arrive on the scene, is that right? That I was. Kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?" What Vanzek's claiming all I heard was a man's scream, though. It was dark inside the room? No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall. Really? Yeah, there was a fella collapsed on the floor. Just between us, first thing I noticed when I got inside. Ah, I see. Even though Lord Vanzek claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall. Next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body. The accused Barak von Zeeks. Probably. That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, won't deny it. I'm no little coward. Stood my ground and gave the Reaper a cold, hard stare myself. Nope, here's the old man's important thing. Excuse me. You have something to add, Mr. Sandwich? There's really nothing to me. It's empty in the head, I am. Just two slices, no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me. I think maybe you just remembered something. Having heard Mr. Gobb's last statement, I mean. What I think is we're all nothings, really. We all try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all just street sellers. That's enough out of you, Sandwich. Keep your trap shut now. Unless you want me to make you do a real sandwich. He's threatening me in court. Could you arrest this man? When he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside. That's it? Oh, you rotten beggar. Told you to keep that secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed, scrambled off on all fours. That's all he wanted to say. Mr. Gossip, is this true? Floor was dead slippery, that's why. Playing my hand on a filthy pool of blood, didn't I? Yuck! What? Pool of blood? Listen here, when I was sprawled on the floor, still kept giving that Reaper a cold hard stare. Don't you forget it. Let's just go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand? I did, Happens to the best of us at times, doesn't it? I was scared, so I slipped over. Keep it just between us, can't we? Now, Mr. Gosman, I'd ask you to add that to your information to your formal testimony. Oh, if I must. Witness will amend the testimony include the aforementioned details. Cosmo had dots to say about that. Would this be his hand then? But the board was up. How would... Is there like a time dilation thing going on here? These time frames don't make any sense.
Objection.
Okay, the music stopped. You wipe blood off from your hand on the floor of the room. You quite sure about that? Well, what else do you expect me to have done, eh? Doesn't really matter.
Objection.
Objection. The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting?
Objection.
Objection, shut up. If you listen, you'll find out, Kazuma. Prosecutor Isogi. Certainly there was no bloody handprint found on the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint of blood left very clearly at the scene. Oh, they changed his pose. This is usually when he, like, leans up with the hand on the sword, but he doesn't have a sword anymore. On the back of this notice board. Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably, a handprint was in distinctive color of blood. Ah, you're dead right. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere. Wait, what? What does that sign say? Witness very definitely stated he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprints on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection.
Objection, shut up. Not if the board itself had fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Let's look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was opposite corner of the room in the victim and upright position. This is where I'd posted my sword, if I still had one. Some jerks took it from me. Even if he somehow been toppled over and was lying on the floor at the time,
Sorry. I had a sudden visitor. Would have been considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body, so I was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. No, I totally agree it would be the right thing to do, but Kazuma's kind of been a jerk since then. And also he kind of just ditched us right after getting his sword back, so... Plus, I don't know, he could have gave us like his rapier thing he got from Vanzek's. You know, what I really think we should do, even though we kind of play both sides anyways in most of these cases, they should really make an Ace Attorney game where you're playing the prosecutor.
Yeah, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason. I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, counsel, regarding this reapparent discrepancy between Witness' account and the handprint found at the scene. I have, my lord. This discrepancy between Witness' account and the location of the handprint is explained by...
This one's... The false testimony would make sense, but it wouldn't make sense with where the handprint is, because it's like on the top of the board, so let's go with this one. In investigations, you kind of play more of a detective role than you do a prosecutor role, you know? You never go in court in those. Not really. And yeah, you kind of play more of the defense role again, rather than being like, no, this guy's guilty. You just kind of find out who's being proposed to be guilty, and then are like, no, he's not guilty, it has to be this one. Basically, you take Gumshoe's job, or rather, you help Gumshoe with his job, since he's there too. And then, of course, there's Kay, who, you know, is her own bundle of problems. Anyways,
Real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it's found. As the court can see, it's upside down. Good gracious, so it is. Witness to put his hand against the board. Fingers should be pointing upwards.
What does that tell us?
It tells us one simple fact. When his handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor as I previously suggested. It means that after the incident, it must have been moved.
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved the notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who.
I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point. And that would be position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
Yeah, there's not usually a bad song. Although I wasn't huge on Mr. Drebber's theme with all the clanking gears. Because no one brought up he was a cyborg, ever.
Oh, counsel must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court. Time of the incident, what do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Oh, I've been looking at this all wrong this whole time. I thought the door opened this way. And like where the board goes, but the door goes this way, right? So Vanzek's literally could not have seen the burning candles even if they were there, because they were behind the door. Steampunk cyborgs don't exist. Are you sure? Ah, hang on, Penny wants in. But where would the board would be situated? The guy was here. He kicked open the door. So it would have been here, and then he fell down into a pool of blood, and I don't know. Hang on, Penny, what's in? Penny's been very rude lately, actually. Because not only did she refuse to drink the water I got her, I've mixed honey up with water to see if that would help her throat. And I figured she'd like sweet water. But she did not even take a lap at it. She just turns her head. And someone else also got her a big, like, bed to lay in, and she refuses to use it. Yeah, sadly, she is still coughing off and on. And occasionally she scratches at her ear, and I don't really know what to do for her. Let me see. Where would this... She needs thick water? I don't know what that means. But no, she wouldn't... Every time I try to, like, show her that it was just water, I just got an angry stare, and then she would turn her head. I even briefly tried, like, force her to drink it, and she just turned her head. Didn't want it. That requires a lot of money that they may not even be able to do anything about, Reese-Lane. Sadly, there are no real good veterinarians around here, as things stand. Also, sorry, I got food. So we can make it through this case. Buy thickened water at CVS. I've never heard of thickened water. What does that mean? Is it just really thick water? No, we have one more. This is only part 4. I don't know what part 5 is even called. I didn't look. I'm pretty sure this is... Yeah, it's a case... It's a 5 thing. A 5 chapter game. I'm pretty sure. I guess I could look, but... that would require me to save and quit. But this is definitely Act 4. Okay, so if he kicked open the door and fell down in a pool of blood and then put his hand on the ground, it'd have to be like around here, but... Right? No, because the blood would be here. So the board would also have to be here, probably like laying this way. And then it was somehow moved over here. Because there wouldn't be no blood on this side, right? I don't know. Over here? This is the only possible location. Immediately adjacent to the doorway. So it was knocked over? Oh, so the bang he heard was the thing falling over? Maybe? If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. Bayek?
If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from you. And the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. Objection. But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him. That's true. Or, in his precise words, "Oh, I'm here now? Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me." I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, no mistake. 'Cause it was me that kicked the door open. If you look again at the floor plan... Okay, so he heard a bang, and the door flew open, and it knocked over the board? Then what would happen if the door of the room would throw it open with force? Well, that doesn't make any sense with the handprint. That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over, and making the victim's body visible. Good gracious! Klein has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Ugh! Oh, I was kind of hoping you'd fly back. Counsel, how's this not come to light before now? After the incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when the investigating the room. Witness, what do you have to say for yourself? What? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anybody else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board. Witness in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime. Stop looking over your glasses at me. I get the message. Who would ever tamper with a crime scene? Like, I don't know, making a new door for a cat. I just realized we haven't seen that cat in a little bit. Also, 1 second. I'm going to finish this off. I also think the thing hiccuped again because that sounds a little delayed for me. 1 second. Let's do that. Now, I bet the cat is on our side. And it was the dog that did Gregson in, because it got jealous of him being so close to Gina. Well, her issue doesn't seem to be swallowing, it's that she just has a sudden urge to cough. And she never really coughs anything up, either. It's like there's just something stuck in her throat, and she just swallows it again when she manages to get it out slightly. But I don't know. Also, what is this pose? Is he twisting gossip? I don't know nothing about their nose board, just bite my hand on it, that's all. Well, don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander. I'm just a sign at the crossroads of life. It was that Reaper, I bet. You got a face that screams bored. Well, I am bored of this. I can't see how this changes anything anyway. Detective still died when we heard the gunshot. None of you can elaborate further.
shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see, I expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise amount of what happened. That's right, yeah. Don't pay to expect too much. Well, she's had this cough for basically a year or so. So it's not just winter stuff. It might be that the air is too dry, though, because she often sits in the living room where there's a fireplace that's basically always on. And she's old, so. Man, endless request for knowledge is destroying the world. That's what I think. Do you? Really? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. Unless it wasn't a gunshot, you know? Also, I don't think we've checked the barrel of the gun, actually. Can we do that? This is the type of revolver that's standard issue for members of the Judiciary, then. Yes, and when I asked about whether records are kept about who they're issued to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number. Oh, but as far as I can tell, nothing like that on this gun, which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that. No, we can't check the barrel either. And nothing about whatever this is. I was trying to see if, like, does this gun even have a missing bullet? And if so, how many? In short, the only person who could have possibly committed this crime is Barclay Vanzek. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Quite so, quite so. Defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances. Well, yeah, most certainly, my lord. Like, why would I not? Very well, you may proceed, counsel. Would the serial number be on the gun? Yes. I think that's what she was saying. But they said this one doesn't have one. I don't really know what to... Wait, didn't she... Actually, yeah, didn't she say that she ran up there with them? You say you were doing business with them. You mean you were selling them fireworks? Yeah, what else? There's a priory school just around the corner, see? Cheeky little so-and-so's have got a plan to blow the school to Kingdom Come. I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know what they're up to. Oh, you have? Yeah, I wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids are playing with dodgy toys. Then, praise the Lord, teachers take all the fireworks off of them. And then, praise the Lord again. Kids all come back to buy more. Everyone's happy, see? What a racket. That sounds like a crime. Of course, and sometimes teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life selling explosives. Venus is a girl of a goddess, indeed. Well, the barefaced lies is my kind of thing, really. Ever so good at it. Did you just admit that in a court of law? My lord, she literally just admitted that she's telling lies. Can we... Oh, this guy also has a thing to say.
Excuse me.
Is this old man going to be the most important witness? But also, my lord, she just said that she lies, like, in a court of law. We literally can't trust anything she says. Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich? If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it? No. Did Miss Venus' statement now just bring something to mind, perhaps? Philosophical thoughts, deep philosophical thoughts. Huh? Let's say there was a great liar. And that great liar said, without batting an eye, telling a barefaced lie is my kind of thing, ever so good at it. Or would those words of her be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar. Oh, it's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think? That is painful. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me like you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
Yeah, I'm just saying she's not really telling the truth.
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap you in a whole body of firecrackers and set 'em off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
That'll keep me nice and warm, but also, my lord, she's threatened to blow me up. Can we arrest her instead of Vanzek's?
You have startling, disturbing mind behind that sweet, innocent face, young lady.
My lord, can we arrest this lady?
Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burned in hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Well, old blabbermouth here headed for the room where the gunshot seemed to come from, but there was someone else who crept up the stairs behind him, too. That's right, that rotten liar over there.
We already knew that, though. She said so herself. Before.
You mean to say you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of the crime after all?
What'd I tell you, eh?
How many of those are you wasting? That's literally your money you're wasting.
I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Lagina got thrown in prison for months for doing that. Why is this girl still here? Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
You knew firecrackers packed such a punch. You didn't revisit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now you come to mention it. I suppose perhaps. I do clearly remember climbing the stairs of the room, yeah?
Either you clearly remember it, or you don't. Well, I shall consider a fitting punishment for this perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
What? A raid. Hello, Zinron, if that's how you pronounce that. Hope you're having a good day. Thank you for Naruto running in. And for the raid. Welcome to the middle of a big trial. So, you'll have no context from me. Oh yes, my lord, of course. Alright, what nonsense is gonna... Maybe I did sneak along gossip and have a little peek into the room where it all happened. That didn't add a dang thing. Alright. Hold it, what? Make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus? Well, I suppose so. Don't really know, to be fair. Want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt. Or Dax. I don't have the dexterity to pronounce so many names. By the way, hope you had a good stream. It's going. Whether or not it's going well is up to the people watching. All I'm doing is making silly voices and investigating crimes. Alright, but you didn't back go to the room where the victim was killed in the day in question, didn't you? Oh, please, as if I would. Can't think of anything more terrifying. The truth, please. Ugh. Well, alright, just a bit then. I mean, a girl my age curious about stuff, you know? How old are you, actually? Oh man, that's a full list. He's 40, she's 36. Oh, they are all question marks. Oh no. Oh no. But we've seen him before. We know how old he is. He's like, I think like 70 something. You can't find me, Mimikyu, because if you found me, I'd find you. And then I'd make you get on Discord.
You touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor. The truth, please. I think he said it was 70 or something, but it's been a while.
Alright, just a bit then.
So far, Kazuma has been way better at getting people to tell the truth than we have been.
Had to look see if there's anything I could sell. Better give the place a once over, nothing to write home about. Right, now, I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the notice board by any chance, did you? Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. Thought there might be something worth having underneath it.
Yeah, he was the carriage driver. That's right. It wasn't Natsume, it was that one. I just remember him being really cold, and that was like his character. So I was thinking of the snow in Natsume's case. But no, the guy with the scarf was the boyfriend who moved Olive Green's unconscious body across the street. Ugh.
So I blasted the flippin' thing. Sorry, flipped the blasted thing.
You're telling us that you did move that board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You daft bomb pot? Is that an insult? What's a... I've heard of like a farm pot. Well, what's a barn pot? I don't believe it. Girl doesn't think.
So, did you find anything then? Something that you might have taken, perhaps? To sell? Oh, please, I should be so lucky. My imagining...
The truth. Now.
Might have found this old pocket watch under the notice board, I suppose.
Well. Oh, hi, Gina.
So it was you, was it? You're the one who took it.
Gina? Young lady, may I remind you where you are?
That watch there. It was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard. For a big case he solved 10 years ago. A professor case, no doubt.
It means idiot. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's fair. Why not just call her that then? Ye old idiot. I'll just put barn pot in my encyclopedia of insults that I never use.
Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail, when he was waiting for his grub to come to the pub.
I see.
I swiped it off him once and blimey was he upset. Gave me a right earful.
In old English times, calling people idiot was just their pastime.
Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did.
I wonder if it was Clint's watch.
Honestly not the best thing to go diving for then. Not all that, though. I took it to Jabee's that night to ask how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it, said it wasn't working. Knocked it about and worthless, he called it. Ah, I knew I should have lifted it.
Weird seeing 4 people stand there.
That watch must be submitted as evidence at once. Oh, please, just so long as you promise to give it back when we're done.
No.
Not a chance. I'll swipe it for you if you try to get your gubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children. Watch your manners.
You get 2 divers in the given testimony.
Good lord. That appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
Doesn't take any more either.
Which is why
Jabee's didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
Yes, indeed. It appears they've stopped.
at the hour of 5. Exactly when the gunshot was heard, then. Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course. Does it, though?
Here the mystery of the moving notice board has been solved at last.
As predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. It added a whole new piece of evidence. Shut up, Kazuma. Thank you for Prime subscribing, Griffey. I appreciate the 24 months.
Now then, continue with your cross-examination, please, counsel.
Alright, can we look at the pocket watch? There's so many pieces of evidence.
Entertain me.
Oh, there it goes.
Ah, there's a tiny little keyhole here. Can you see? Oh yeah, it's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism. Looks a little unusual, don't you think? Yeah, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine. Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key. It's about the right size to fit in this hole. It'd be wonderful if we had a key. Let's check carefully over what we already found.
But we do have a key. The little policeman. Yeah, the policeman must be the winder. Which is pretty adorable.
What's that? Can't be the key for a door, so what is it for?
I don't know, a watch?
Do you think perhaps this key could be the key for the Inspector Gregson's watch? Yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. Not a moment to lose. I knew it! A perfect fit! And it started ticking. Inspector's watch has started going again. It has obviously just not been wound up, that's all.
What is it, Miss Sasato? Well, the watch isn't actually broken after all. Feeling it could be profound implications.
Deep in thought now. Perhaps I better start thinking deeply too.
Huh. So if it works...
That's over the face really badly cracked, look. What a shame the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully. Imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yeah, I should think so.
Very adept at things like this. Useful man to have around, in fact. Kindly remember he's a great detective, Mr. Naruto, not an odd job man.
Odd jobs are literally his entire profession. What's this?
Tiny little stub sticking out from the small hole here, look. Suppose there must have been a little knob or something for setting the time. In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such good care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it? Which could mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene, maybe.
Oh, great. I'll have to go back there then. But if he didn't wind it up, and it froze at 5, then... wouldn't that outright prove that Vanzek couldn't have done it? Because he went in 15 minutes after Gregson did. You know? Anything that goes with that?
Base just screams bored. Can't see how this changed anything anyway. Detective still died when we heard the gunshot.
Yeah, so... would it be the watch? I got plenty of shots, but I always hate using them.
Afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh.
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch.
A key?
And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that in fact still works. See, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises of which this entire case has been built. What?
A hot actual hero. What? Oh, you know what I'd also just realized? Now that you pointed it out, Reeslane, he was the driver of the wagon that they brought into the courtroom, which was then set on fire. So he literally lost his job because someone set his ride on fire. And I guess they just never bothered giving him another one, even though it wasn't his fault.
But Counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard that gunshot. It is exactly the hour. The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing, other than when it wound down. Merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection. Even if that's true, 3 witnesses all hear the gunshot at 5 o'clock. That's obviously when this crime was committed.
Objection. No, that doesn't hold.
Why not?
Call Inspector Lestrade said only moments ago.
I bet she probably got a big smile being called Inspector Lestrade.
Boss used to wind up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub would come at the pub. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years, polishing and winding it. Meant the world to him, that watch did. Victim was the habit of winding his watch once a day, in the evening. We easily assumed, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
Aye?
How do you explain it then? In summary...
How do pocket watches work, guys? Well, how long do you have to wind it up? And like, how long does the wind up last?
Summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshots rang out in that room, the inspector was already unable to wind his watch.
You can't mean...
What would stop a man from winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer, that he was already dead.
He's been missing for a full day?
Counsel, that's an almost extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Objection. Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. Claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that?
Yeah?
On that subject, there is something rather surprising. Actually, an omission in the coroner's report. The time of death is not noted.
Ah, that's right. I totally... Wait a minute, you forget my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in?
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my hand on dirty gray puddle of blood. Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. He catches on fast, doesn't he?
Objection. But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. Could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. Okay.
Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available in every street corner? Hey, you may be my apprentice, but you can't steal my words. He is my learned friend. He is your best friend, or, was.
Ah! Well, it needn't necessarily have been human blood, of course. You've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you're correct. It's beyond our abilities.
Is the time of death also beyond their abilities? Like, what time was the body discovered? It was around 5 o'clock, right? So if he had died the previous evening, then rigor mortis would have already set in, right?
And a chicken's blood could have been used, for example. It's certainly possible it was the inspector's blood at all.
It also could have just been red hair dye.
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though?
What?
Given that the time of death the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh, please. What are you trying to say?
Yeah, do they sell chicken blood at every street corner?
Us lot know what we heard. It was a loud bang came from their room. Now you listen to me.
Oh, look, he's still got his little whip. Although it clips into itself, and that's upsetting. It's like when it comes to clothing, I get it, but like the whip is one model. How did they make it clip into itself like that?
Street sellers' ears are a livelihood. I don't doubt your ears, sir, but you can all state with certainty that you heard a noise. Eh? Explain yourself then, counsel. Noise that sounds like a gunshot. Could have been made with...
Well, we already got that.
A firecracker. Something like this. The culprit could have set off one of these to fake a gunshot. Good gracious, the very fireworks that are sold by the witness? Now hold on a minute. Are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecrackers only make a little pop anyway. See? Not 100 of them together. The Venus special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this.
Which I guess I'm gonna set off in courtroom.
Court can now attest it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact.
Try and suggest that somebody set one of those fireworks off at the scene.
I am suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day. Sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot. For these peddlers of Fresno Street to hear. But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present that caused the bang was the Barak Vanzek. One whiff of my match and my firecrackers go pop, see? That's why people like them. I feel for your fingers, young lady. And also your lips, since you keep kissing them. Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called, a time bomb.
Good heavens, a time bomb? He didn't even say time, but he said a bomb.
A device that allows you to blow up whatever you like, whenever you like.
Mr. Naruto, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead to yet another international incident.
No, wait. It's the whenever you like part that's important.
A time device?
Yeah, exactly. A time device. Something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
A really long fuse, maybe? A rope?
Driving a claim will have to be sustained with evidence, counsel.
Oh, dang it.
What proof do you have suggested anyway that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
A time device? Well, there's the candle, or not the candle, the pocket watch, which is a time device. No, the wig is... I don't think the wig is syringed or anything, right? No, it seems completely not on fire, even though it is bright red. So... It could be the They did point the candle out and how it exploded several times. So maybe the firecrackers were planted on the candle, so when it got to a certain point, it just exploded? Because the bullet thing doesn't make any sense. There was no bullet in the wall. They would have found it, I think. Phew. As the court already discussed, the tip of one of the candles candelabrum has been blown off.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
But where is it?
I don't think that's possible, my lord.
Not possible? Why?
Because of the scorching.
Also true. There are a notable amount of burn marks on the candle. But if he was shot point blank, the scorch marks couldn't appear on the candle, too.
Gunpowder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Goodness, yes. That's not the case. That there was also scorching on the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier,
a bullet would explode? I guess? Or wouldn't explode. It would explode if it, like, hit something with enough force, but it was in a weird wooden cabin. There would have been a bullet marking behind the candle we would have had to look at.
Vision like that only occurs when the target's very close range, a matter of centimeters from a gun.
Ah!
Which means that leaf scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot.
You're suggesting it came from the fireworks?
How can that be, eh? The fact that there's such a visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it another way, the candle and firecrackers were joined together. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two. Until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang!
Actual hero, I think is what his sign says. Why is he a hero?
And that's how these three witnesses came to believe they'd heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot. And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we've been led to believe. The previous day, even.
Now, just hold your horses. All of us saw the victim go into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw enter the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this.
Ah!
Obviously, anyone can wear a wig. The person that these witnesses saw enter the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could have easily have been someone else entirely. Wearing a red hairpiece.
Like a hero's sandwich. The only thing I can think of with that Mimikyu is that this was somehow set up by Strongheart. Because he's the one who told Vanzek to go and do all of that. Which you missed because you weren't there. But we found Vanzek talking to Lord Strongheart and they were both giving us cold stares. And then Vanzek went off to do a thing he was told to do. And then, you know, a hour later, we find out that he's been convicted for a crime.
Someone else, do you mean to say? It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer.
Oh, very impressive, Ryunsuke Naruhodo.
Kazuma?
I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? I also know the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired.
Okay, and?
Order in the court! Prosecutor Ozogi, what on earth do you mean by that statement? I hear that many of your leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe the trial today, so we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is just conjecture.
No, it's not.
But while a possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you. What immediately comes to mind is, of course, what Inspector Gregson was doing and where did he go? Where did you go from, Gregson I. Joe? On the day before the incident. Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigation works alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard. Even within the Yard? However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent that what the case man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend? I do have a feeling about what Casey might have been investigating. Yeah, I agree. Surely. My lord, the defense believes it can be explained in the court. The case will be investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death. Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence suggests of the case being investigated by Inspector on the day prior to the incident? I thought they were just gonna explain. I mean, the missing man, maybe? Do we have a thing? No, we only have her. And she didn't give us anything except his photo. Oh, I didn't even notice what they writ down here for him. He appears to have no particularly distinctive facial features. That's kind of rude. He's got well-pronounced eyebrows. And his nose is very flat. Alright, it might be rude, but it's also pretty true. He's pretty bland. That was 10 years ago. Why the long face? Wait, I wonder. Oh, I can't switch to people right now. Okay, they don't have the same chin. Poor Gregson. Would it be the Reaper? Or... Oh no, if he went... Hang on, let me think. Assuming he belonged to Inspector Gregson. Would it be the thing? Was this yesterday? Fly in person on the morning of the 31st. Okay. Yeah, his bottomless chips were also not at the scene. Like, the only thing happening the day before would be this guy that's missing. And this, I guess.
Take that!
I believe this red hairpiece points to the answer. Might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an uncovered investigation. Surely not! Such brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable. Yeah, that's quite true. Definitely have made him stand out in the crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Redhead League. The Redhead League? So, you'd already worked it out. What on earth is all this about? Is this such an extraordinary league of gentlemen? Where did you get that? The Redhead League is currently under investigation for grand deception. Deception of what nature, Counsel? They've been targeting red-headed men across all of London, tricking them out of small sums of money. 2 men were arrested for the misdemeanor only yesterday, in fact. Oh yeah, it's the next day, I forgot. It was like 2 days, yes, what? But yeah, 2 guys got arrested for it in Shom's office. So the Red-Haired League were actually a red herring. My lord, The offense calls for those two men to be summoned at once. 2 redheads? Vector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Redhead League using this hairpiece. Very likely he had direct contact with these criminals. Quite possible such contact led to more serious events.
I am streaming, if you didn't know.
I concur, we cannot in good conscience leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Miss Naruto.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us, at least. Prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the parade charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Redhead League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Asogi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. At 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Yeah, I both do and don't like Kazuma, though. With the way he does things. You know what I mean? But he's definitely giving off Vanzek's vibes. But then he flipped it around and was like, yeah, I knew all the things you were going to say. I just wanted you to point them out. He needs to have more chalices to throw. So far, all he's done is throw his fist down on the table. There you are, Odo. Also, it is late. Should I take a break here or no? Or should we finish it? Also, it's weird seeing these two together. Sherlock Sholmes! I ate a thing, so. What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina. You said hi to Gina first. Sure about what you said in there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. Pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina. As was I, possibly more shocked than both of you. Not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. I was more shocked than all of you put together. It's not a competition, Ryu. I'm sure a Hollow Chalice will make its appearance. It has nearly been 5 hours, so I think we will call it for my throat, if nothing else. Not that we had any really challenging voices to do, but I probably shouldn't press it. Hopefully my voices are entertaining for all of you to enjoy. But I was more shocked than all of you put together, just saying. And it hits the bailiff. Only if the bailiff is also Sholmes in disguise again. Because then he would actually be animated and do the hand thing that Sholmes does when he's stressed out. I don't believe you, Griffey. But no, I do appreciate it. I don't know how to make them more fun or interesting. So I'm just being me, and hopefully that's enough. But either way, that'll be it for now, I guess. I may try to do something tomorrow involving 14, or something later, I don't know. But I'm gonna go check on the pups and everything, since they've been alone for a few hours too. But thanks so much for watching, and next time we'll figure out what really happened. And we'll get to have more of silly voices, because I'm pretty sure that one of the redheads is supposed to be Italian. Because he talked like this a lot. So maybe that'll make up for me missing Mario streams so much. So, you know, we kind of stopped with that one. But anywho, thanks for watching, everyone. Hope you all have a good night. And I will see you later. Bye for now.